Yeah, ready to go? Good evening. Oh, let me turn my mic on first. Good evening. I would like to call the May 23rd, 2023 closed session to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal.
Here.
Mayor Mills.
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the work study item. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered public speakers for closed session comments.
Yes, Mayor, we're on item 4, closed session.
We will now move into closed session. Okay. So go ahead. Oh, we're moving?
Yep.
Upstairs, okay. That sounds good. Do we need our laptops?
You can bring it. We will have the Zoom.
Okay.
Sometimes they like this. Council members, want to view the Zoom, please bring your laptops. We're gonna be having an attorney's
Good evening. I would like to call the May 23rd, 2023 regular city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa,
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Here. Mayor Males. All members are present.
By Pastor John Scott of Community Christian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Dale Garland, Hope in the City Valley Church.
All right, let's pray together. God, we come to you knowing that we completely depend on you, our source, our life, our hope. And we ask God that you do the one thing that we desperately need in any kind of leadership, is that you would grant your wisdom. Give your wisdom to this city council, to these leaders. Thank you for them. Thank you for their willingness to serve and to lead and to care for this community. And we also got to extend that prayer to our police force, our firemen, first responders. Not only God, give them wisdom, give them safety, protect them, watch over them. Give them those opportunities, even in those one-on-one moments where they can see someone for who they really are, and they can lift them up, that they can encourage them, no matter what's going on. God, give them opportunities to help, to protect, and to serve. We know that's what they want to do. God, for all of us in this room, we love this community. We love this valley. And so we ask God, your help, your guidance, your wisdom for us too, that we could partner with our leaders, that we could help, that we could be a part of making a great community here. Thank you, God, for the opportunity to live here, to be a part of this valley. And we ask God your blessing on it, and that you would do what only you can do in this place, move and work in people's lives and in their hearts. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
All right, please join me for a salute to the American flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll now move to a report from closed session. City Attorney, may we have a report out, please?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no reportable actions from closed session today.
Time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. For those that wish to join by Zoom, you will be asked to raise your hand. If you would like to speak, please state your name and item you're commenting on before speaking. We will take public comments for items listed on the agenda. I have three for the library. You can stand if you'd like, but if you all want to come up and speak, that's fine, or you can waive it and just stay where you're at. But I have Betty Day on the library, air conditioning. Betty Day, please.
It's been 8 years since my car died and I couldn't replace it. So I rode the bus and then got a bicycle, which is much better. But quite often I would be at is this not on? Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. It doesn't want to hear me. There's a green light on. Okay. As a volunteer at the library, I've been chomping at the bit to get back in. And of course, COVID came along and kicked us all out, and we haven't been invited back. Now that the air conditioning doesn't work, I'm not so anxious to get back. I'm thinking of Literacy Council. Again, not too excited. It's hot in there. But when I rode the bus a lot, I would end up spending up to an hour waiting for the next bus because, you know, they don't connect one to the other at the mall. And it would have been so cool to have a branch library in the mall. Get off the bus, go and get your book, take your book back, whatever. Instead of eating, watching that television, whatever. It would be cool to have a branch somewhere on some of the bus lines, because I understand that Hemet has one of the highest bus usages for passengers. So there's a lot of us who could use a branch somewhere on the bus route. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Andrea Giacome.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Giacomette, and I have worked at the Hemet Library for the last 31 years. Last week, I noticed a question online. A mother wanted to know what she could do with her family in Hemet for little or no money. And I looked at the comments. I was really interested. They centered mostly on taking her family out of town. Pre-COVID, I would have answered in all caps, the library, especially during the summer. Come for our children's programs, our summer performers, robotic demonstrations, and so much more. We have gotten away from our mission. There are only two reasons I can see stopping the library from getting back to our pre-COVID days and serving our community properly. The first is our air conditioning. We have to have that to stay open and serve our patrons. The second, we need budgeted money for programming. Our patrons need a place where they can come and connect with each other. We have a population of around 90,000. Okay. A great many still dealing with loneliness and isolation due to the pandemic. The library is more than just a place to check out books. It's a safe place to get out of the heat, to look for a job, and have someone to help you navigate computers and printers. It's a place to meet with tutors, to meet with friends, to learn to read, to find out what's going on in the community. And there's just so much more. We need to remain open for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Betty Griggs, please.
Good evening. My name is Betty Griggs, and I have lived in Hemet since 1946, and I'm a patron of the library. I'm crazy about the library. I'm disappointed in the change of hours. The shortened hours deny many patrons from using the library: veterans, children, seniors, college students, and job seekers. Getting the air fixed should be a priority to the council so we can go back to regular hours. 12 hours a week is not enough for a large community of 90,000 people. The backbone of the community is the library. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, is there any comments submitted to read out loud or?
No, Mayor, but I'll call out to the Zoom callers. If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand and I will unmute you. And we'll give you just a few moments. So if you wish to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor, there are no Zoom participants.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to taking comments that are not on the agenda. And can I have Edgar Revizcara? Please come up. This is on sidewalks permitting.
Hi, good evening. My name is Edgar Vizcarra. I represent Zarver Wireless for the street vending. We try to put permits so we can attend more corners with the pop-up tent and stuff like that. My permits were denied. And so I went to the Hemet City Hall and I addressed the clerk and she told me that it wasn't permitted. And so I did a big old question mark in my head. I see the people right here on the county building. They've been there for years. And so I asked what wasn't permitted on my permit that we wrote on that it's not permitted. She said, oh, it might have been something that they wrote that was permitted and it was allowed. I was like, okay, so us telling the truth about our permit, about what we're doing, it's not permitted. It was, oh, you can't get basically information from the customer or the people on the streets and stuff like that. It's like, but the many years these people on the streets have been doing it and they're still doing it right now. We have a building. It's in back of the Carl's Jr. We have served the community for many years. We have certificates from Riverside County. We were here on Franklin Park attending a public community service. And we have business license. So my thing is, why are people still being permitted and the code is not being enforced when the people are still taking information on the streets of other people? We have many complaints of customers. They come to my building and said that their information has been stolen and their EBT food stamps been stolen from the people they went to. And in other states, they come out that they've been withdrawals and stuff like that. So I want to see if we can enforce the code to do their job and take these people off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No comment? Okay. Harry Larned, C-Click Fix.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Terry Larned, and we're always talking about C-Click Fix and how that works all the time, and I've used it in the past and it has worked, but I did one about over 2 weeks ago, and it was on Girard, just as it turns into Midway, well, which is on the border of San Jacinto and Hemet. Well, the stuff is still there, and I found out today that they're going back and forth saying, oh, that's in Hemet. No, that's in San Jacinto. We can't do it. And it's still there. Now, this is not just a couple pieces of trash. These are big bags filled with clothes and trash. And now the homeless have been going through there, digging it out. Now it's really a mess. And it sits in San Jacinto. The people whose house is right there in Hemet, they look out their back wall and they look down in their patio and it's right there. It's a big mess. You drive by it when you drive down to curve into Midway, it is still there and it's a big mess. And I don't understand why City Council, City of Hemet or San Jacinto can't get their act together and say, all right, it's either one or the other and just pick it up.
Is it a truckload that you're talking about or
Probably a truckload.
a truckload? Larry, do you think you can get your truck out there with some American Legion people and get that picked up? All right, we'll work on it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on. Bob Beckett, Valley Pastor, Church's Resolution.
Good evening, Mayor Males and Mayor Pro Tem and Council.
Lift that a little higher or get closer
Higher?
to it. I
Okay.
can't hear you.
I'm here representing the pastors of the valley and a group of pastors, and we meet on a regular basis and we pray for you. We wanted to say to you that we recognize all the problems as you do that are going on in the valley. And how can we co-op and work together? So we have a number of pastors that are here, a small contingency of pastors that meet on a weekly basis and pray for you and believe God for you. We wanted to say to you that we have a resolution. We're presenting a resolution to you, a consideration. To consider the month of June, a time when we appeal to our Creator to help us in what's going on in our community. And to do that is to say, can we come together in a resolution? Would you consider passing a resolution to say that we would all appeal, or at least those who would consider it, and co-op with the pastors and the churches in the community? We have a group of pastors that are here. Gentlemen, would you stand? A small group of them here. And they represent a large group that meets on a weekly basis every Wednesday. And what we're asking you to do is please consider that resolution. We're with you. We want to co-op with you. We believe in this community just like you do. We love it, and we believe we can take on the challenges that are before us. Would you please consider this? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. Hold on, don't sit down. Ask the attorney and how we would go about doing something like that, or if it's legal or not.
Well, the city council later on in the agenda has the ability to place something on for a future agenda item. So if you'd like to place consideration of the resolution on the next agenda, that's certainly within the council's prerogative.
Thank you, sir.
I'll have to look at what it says, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
We will now move on to presentations. May we have Larry Blair approach the dais to accept the Memorial Day proclamation, please. Larry Blair is part of the American Legion Post 53. He's the adjutant and a U.S. Navy veteran, along with our council member who was a lifer, I guess, served 20 years in the Navy also. Thank you.
City of Hemet, California proclamation for Memorial Day. Whereas on Memorial Day, we join the nation in paying our respects to the courageous souls who gave their lives to defend our democracy and way of life. We treasure them as our friends, family, and ancestors. We venerate them as Americans who put their country before all else. The roots of this observation run deep in our country's history, beginning as Decoration Day shortly after the end of the Civil War. In 1971, federal law formally established the last Monday in May as Memorial Day, commemorating all Americans who fought and died in our nation's war. On this day of reflection, we hold our fallen service members and their families in our hearts and pledge to honor their legacy by striving to live up to the ideals they fought to protect. The city of Hemet is the home of more than 6,400 military veterans who have shown courage and valor, often in the face of grave danger. And the city reflects upon the enormous contributions to our country of our fallen warriors. We also pay tribute to the next generation of the city of Hemet citizens who have chosen to serve the United States Armed Forces, as they are committed to sustaining a legacy of unyielding patriotism. Whereas the citizens of the city of Hemet must always stand united in remembrance of those whom have given so much that we can live in freedom, prosperity, and enjoy the blessing our country has to offer. Therefore, Joe Mills, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, hereby proclaim the day of May 29th, 2023 as Memorial Day and encourage all residents to heartily thank our fallen and those within our community who have worked so hard for so many years to ensure their sacrifice was never forgotten. Presented May 23rd, 2023.
May we have Mauro Lozoya, Prosodias, please, to accept the National Public Works Week proclamation. Is Mauro in the house? Public Works, anyone from Public Works? Noah Rao?
Noah's here.
You were our first guy anyway, so, but.
Wherever you'd like. Okay, this is National Public Works Week. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Hemet. Whereas these infrastructure facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings and other structures, and facilities essential for our citizens. I hope you knew that. Okay. Whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Hemet to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depend on these facilities and services. And whereas in the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Therefore, Joe Mills, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the entire Hemet City Council, hereby proclaim the week of May 21 to May 27, 2023 as National Public Works Week. And we urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Presented to you.
Thank you, City Council, for recognizing the vital role that the public works professionals play in building and maintaining our infrastructure that we all use every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, I wanted to let you know on Memorial Day on the 29th, next Monday, we will have a celebration of Memorial Day at San Jacinto Cemetery at 9 a.m. in the morning. We'll have the honor guard there and presentations going on for about an hour. Now, and finally, we have a presentation by our mayor for our mayor mentees and municipal government. After the presentation, each student will receive a certificate of completion and a scholarship on behalf of the city of Hemet and the city of Hemet and the city council. Mayor mentee representative will be Malcolm Lilienthal.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Titan Campbell, and I am one of your mayor mentees. So, what does the Mayor Mentee program do? The Mayor Mentee program provides an opportunity for high school students to learn about municipal government firsthand. Mentees, which are selected from high schools across the Hemet area, visit Town Hall once a week to meet a local leader, ranging from public works to the city manager. These are your Mayor Mentees: Angela Benitez Felix, Cecilia Gonzalez, Ching Ye, Christopher Moore, Deanna Carmaz Sanchez, Emma Howard, Leilani Guerrero, Tommy Mandela, and finally me, Titan Campbell. So, how did we come up with this idea? Well, we were posed an interesting question a few weeks back. If we could build anything in this city, what would it be? After a very long and verbal discussion, we were all joined around the idea of building something that Hemet didn't have: an amusement park. Why should we have to drive to the next city over to race go-karts, play laser tag, and have a place for adults to take their children? We were more than happy to propose this idea to a culturally rich and growing city like Hemet. It is my pleasure to present to you Hemet's own amusement park, Carly's Country, named in the honor of Councilmember Carly Meyer.
Good evening. Our land would consist of many various attractions, including a designated area for mini golf, outdoor go-kart racing, and various spaces for a splash pad on hot summer days. The choice of the splash pad will prevent drowning compared to installed pools that could be dangerous. This will be able to make a safe environment for children. There will also be an outdoor structure that consists of laser tag, arcades, and other fun activities for entertainment for many different ages. Additionally, to help our communities and small food businesses, we will have food vendors setting up to be able to serve people with different food interests. This will be able to help our growing community.
Ihabel is my member of Coahuila Indian tribe. Early 1800 became a mission San Luis Rey Cattle Ranch. 1842 and land grant to Jose Antonio Estudillo. 1821, 1825. Great Hemet Dam. January 11, 1910. City Incorporation. No for Ramona Payan Saints. 925.
The architecture, the end goal of it, the end goal of the architectural aspect is to make it as simplistic as possible, but still inviting. To continue the gist of culture within our project, we will use the city's designated color palette. We chose the colors according to the very straightforward architecture of the city, using light colors to highlight natural scenery and reflect heat. The dark and diverse colors that are shown in this slide are to be incorporated in an orderly fashion with the light colors to show a pleasant attraction. We wanted to include the history of Hemet that was stated in the previous slide as a theme and intertwine that with the architecture as well. This will be the theme that we chose unanimously. More ideas that we as a group came across was the design overall. We agreed to go for a more rustic and decorative look. This is the goal, to have a very welcoming ambiance. We wanted to build the design to be very inviting and comfortable and possible for whoever is visiting. We have been striving to make it as pleasant and enjoyable for all groups of ages while still embodying our city's legacy through and through, still embracing the tribe's history and impact to our city, and build in the unique aspects like the Ramona pageant. In time, we will see the embrace of culture from the start of our town all the way from the early 1800s to our very year today of 2023.
One big question that came with our idea was where we wanted to place the project. We wanted an open place that had room for growth in the future. We ended up finding a great site with lots of space, but we needed to make sure it was a great fit. Zoning laws in the area have a pre-existing plan for the area to be a senior housing development. The Housing Crisis Act of 2019, otherwise known as SB 330, stops city actions if they reduce housing production. This is in effect because of the housing crisis in California. This would rule out our location. However, there is one exception. If we are able to find a different location where we can replace the housing units lost, then we can proceed with our desired location. The relocation of the senior housing could be a good thing. Because of the location of our space, which is close to the east dam of Diamond Valley Lake, it could potentially flood with 10 to 20 feet of water should the dam break. We think it would be best to keep homes out of this area to avoid them from flooding.
So, we estimate the project to have an approximate cost of $50 million. We first need to get building permits from city, so we must get them from City Hall. Pre-construction consists of things such as scoping out the land, looking for endangered species such as plants and animals. Needed materials, we need brick, cement, metal, and lumber, and the construction would cost around 10 million. Native plants, such as those that Hemet citizens are familiar with, we are trying to plant, and we would ask for like 200,000. And food vendors would have a cost of 4 million.
This project will help strengthen Hemet's community by helping residents learn more about Hemet and its history. This will have strong ties to Hemet's community with the historical railway station. It will do this by having a Westernist style, which will create a bond between modern residents and Hemet veterans. This style can help portray Hemet's origins in a way to showcase Hemet's unique culture, as well as creating a unique park for those in the Hemet area who are interested in the topic. In order to fund this project, we will use angel investors and grants. Some grants that we will use are the impact projects and encampment resolution funding grants. To use the impact project grants, we will incorporate local artists in the artwork and design of the park. And using the encampment resolution funding grant, we will put up signs and media to spread the awareness of homeless and to help them find a place to stay and to stay safe.
In conclusion, we, the mayor mentees of 2023, would like to see an all-age amusement park that we've presented before you today to be approved by the city council and built in the near future. As shown in previous slides, we have researched the costs on all aspects of building this amusement park. The location chosen, we believe, would be better suited for the amusement park rather than residential, due to the fact that anytime you are near a great body of water, there's always a high risk of flood, which also brings in the potential for a great loss of life. Hemet currently does not consist of many locations where families can go, hang out, and enjoy a good time together. Aside from the skating rink and the bowling alley, the only other entertainment that Hemet is welcoming to our city is the skate park being built at Gibble Park. Sorry, I forgot to change the slide. Oops. The skate park being built at Gibble Park. We, the mayor mentees, believe that building an amusement park would be beneficial to our community and our city, as well as attracting people in nearby cities. We strongly believe that the location we have chosen would be better suited as an amusement park rather than a residential area. The location is also adjacent to the Western Science Center, which generate a great revenue from the park's guests. Building the theme park has the potential to attract tourists and bring in new revenue to our city. With this amusement park being built, our city locals would not have to go to other cities to enjoy a good time. To conclude our presentation, it is with great honor to present Carly's Country, an amusement park in honor of the lovely Carly Meyer. Thank you.
One more round of applause. Aren't we so proud of our mayor? So right now I have them all up here because we're going to present them with certificates. Can I have the Hemet Alumni Association come up if they're here? No? Can I have Daryl? Is Michael here? Michael Bailey? That's all right. I'm gonna have Daryl go first.
We can do better than that. Can we give a round of applause for these amazing scholars? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm just inspired by the level of thinking and the level of thought process. When you guys got into the residential, what someone call a controversy, right? The idea that eventually with the flooding that may cause damage or even repair issues for it, or also even introducing that alternative. It was very smart politics. And I think that's what the Mayor's Mentee program taught you all, that there's of community development, but also community strategy and thinking. So again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for these amazing scholars. So my name is Daryl Fry, representing the office of our Assembly member, Dr. Corey Jackson. So the State Assembly is recognizing you all for your accomplishment with the Mayor's Mentee program and for giving this amazing presentation today. So I want to recognize you guys individually. I don't know if our Councilman Mayor Pro Tem. I like this part because I can go ahead and give them specific individual love and contribution. So let's go ahead and make some noise for first, Angela Benitez Felix. And we'll take a group photo at the end. That's Felix. There you go. Amazing job. Next one up, we have Miss Cecilia Gonzalez. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Cecilia Gonzalez. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
I'm just so everybody knows, getting recognition from the city of Hemet, and I'm gonna let you read so everyone can hear it. But it says, congratulations on learning about municipal government. May you continue to grow as an individual and commit to your service leadership. Serving others prepares you to lead others, from Jim George. And then from our county supervisor, District 5. His reads, to honor and congratulate all of the Mayor Mentees for their hard work and participation in the Mayor Mentee program. We offer our recognition for your expressed interest in pursuing a career in municipal government and public service, and we wish you continued success in all of your future endeavors. And then from Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia. Your participation in the City of Hemet's Mayor Mentee program, I commend your dedication to positively impacting our community by developing your career goals, fostering a spirit of volunteerism, and creating innovative solutions to problems facing our community. Thank you, and best wishes on your future academic endeavors.
Yeah, I'm definitely coming to Carly's country. Sign me up. I need extra tickets. Maybe thought process and presentation as well. So ours from the state of member Dr. Corey Jackson proudly joins with the city of Hemet and your prospective schools and high schools, because I'm noticing you guys are not all from the same high school, right? So amazing job, different regional representation here. Amazing there. To congratulate you for serving in the Mayor Mentee program. Thank you for demonstrating exceptional leadership and being an exemplary role model in our community. On behalf of the California State Assembly, I hereby extend best wishes for you for already prosperity here from that level of work, but for continued prosperity in your future. Again, congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Ching Ye. All right, make some noise for Mr. Christopher Moore. There you go, man. Representing over there, okay, in the Moore family. Love it. All right, Deanna Carmaz. That's what Carmaz, okay. Oh my God, the Z threw me off. Congratulations once again. All right, next one up, we have Miss Emma Howard. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing job. Amazing job.
And again, mind you, these are probably representatives that you more likely will vote for in the future, right? These are our future, if not in the city of Hemet, across the Inland Empire. So I believe it, if not across the state of California. Hello. If not across the state of the United States of America. Hello. All right. Next up we have Leilani Guerrero. There you go. Congratulations. All right. We have Tommy Mandela. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations. Love the suit. Love the suit. All right. Next up we have Titan Campbell. Final, Mr. Campbell.
Right there. Oh, that's it. We're so proud of all of them. Can we go for pictures real quick? We're gonna get the mayor in here as well. Sideways. Sideways, like this. I'll figure out what happened, but our Hemet Alumni Association was also supposed to recognize them because they volunteered. So the Hemet Alumni Association, all the graduates from all the, when Hemet High first opened and all that stuff, they have a association, and some of them volunteered for that day, and I asked them to come today to recognize them for that day, but they're not here. So the certificates will probably be sent to their schools in that respect. So I also wanted to let you guys know that as well. Thank you guys. You're free to go. Do any of you guys want to talk about your experience?
No. So I have a pretty deep hunger for politics. You could ask my 8th grade social studies teacher back there, Mr. Fuller. And Mayor Menti program was exactly what I was looking for. I was very honored to have a few teachers of mine actually email me about it. And once I joined, it was fantastic. That's all I can say. I didn't expect it to last for 10 weeks. I thought it'd be a little bit shorter, but I'm glad it lasted that long, really. And one of my other favorite parts about this program is the connections it makes you. I got to email senators and congressmen, and they even got me into one of my dream programs, Boys State, over the summer. So I'm extremely thankful for all the opportunities that this Mayor Menti program has opened up for me. It's really quite the deal. And I highly encourage any of you who are in high school to sign up for it, because you will not regret it. They've done an amazing job. This is only their 2nd year, and it's just fantastic. They give you something to do almost every weekend, a way to help out, a way to get community service hours, and I can't thank them enough. Thank you.
So I'm from Alessandro High School. We're not really noticed much as a high school, but I think I'm the only one that attends Alessandro who is in the Mayor Menti. And I would just like to say it is a great honor to be a part of this. At first, I was a little skeptical and nervous, but we've all kind of grown on each other like a little family. And I would just like to say thank you very much, Malcolm, for this amazing opportunity and everything you've given us to do. It's really fun. Thank you. And you too, Mr. Joe Males.
This was definitely a pretty fun experience. I would recommend to people who are going into high school that they should definitely try it. Plus, it gets you out of sight of the last 2 periods of school, which is kind of fun.
Everybody else good? All right.
This experience is really unbelievable. Honestly, I learned so much through it. And like Titan said, it's like something that I've gotten so many opportunities from Mr. Malcolm over here. And going into this, I didn't really want to do anything like towards, legal stuff or anything. And then this just really opened my eye to it. And I've got so many photojournalistic experiences through all of it as well, with so many opportunities that I got. And I'm just really thankful. And like Celia said too, this is like a little family. So I'm really thankful for all of you.
I don't want to say much. I just want to say thank you to Ms. and all the city council members for making this happen, and everyone here for showing up for not only the city council meeting, but for our presentation. And I also want to thank Ms. Allen for basically being the driving force in this and allowing this to be put together.
I would really like to thank both Miss Veronica and Malcolm for really having someone to like care for us, and someone in the council that knows our situation. It's just coming out of COVID. I got to make some new friends, and then I got to pursue the opportunities that I've wanted to pursue ever since I was little. So thank you guys.
I would just like to ask if we can get a big round of applause for Ms. Veronica Allen and Malcolm Lilienthal. Thank you.
Mhm. Um, We will.
Sorry for taking up all your time, sir.
No, you just made the meeting last long, right? I was gonna have the shortest meeting today. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna let them clear the room before I start. Darn, there went all our participants. Not a bad idea. I like that. Yeah. I like that. I'm pretty sure Mark's ears are ringing about that theme park. Now it's business as usual. No one here. Okay. We are going to continue with the consent calendar. All consent items or calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
I would like to pull 17F.
17A.
Malcolm? I have some here. Hold on, let me get to my computer. Oh. And I would like to pull 17B, C, D, and E. Okay, who pulled 17A? Go ahead.
There were just a couple of corrections on the presentations. 10A was the Asian American Pacific Islander Month proclamation that was presented by Ms. Krupa, not myself. And the Military Appreciation Month proclamation was presented by myself and not Mayor Males. And it was presented to Don Simpson, not Dawn. And that's all.
Can I get a motion to pass now or,
Approve as amended.
I'm sorry?
Approve as amended.
Yeah, can I get a motion to approve as amended?
I make a motion to make those corrections.
I'll second.
We'll do a roll call. Council, please cast your votes. Councilmember Peterson, motion. Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal, second. That motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move to 17B. I believe that's one of mine. Now, according to what I read, this weed abatement should be complete within 90 days of its approval. Is that correct? Oh, is that? How
Good
else do
evening,
that?
good evening, council, city manager. My name is Greg Lloyd. I'm the battalion chief for community risk reduction and fire prevention. The weed abatement program there's 3 parts of it. So tonight's the first part where we're here. Tomorrow, letters will go out to all of to the businesses or to the property owners stating that they have until July 1st to clear their properties. On June 24th, I believe it's the next council meeting so we have a public hearing. So according to government code, we lay out a public hearing. People can come and make comments regarding that, and then it's finalized in the June council meeting. And then after, at the end of June, 1st of July, then we go out and we look and inspect all the properties, and those properties are not mitigated. Then we have a contracted company that will mitigate the property. We'll take pictures before and after, and then those fees to recover the cost for that mitigation are then sent to the property owner.
So it takes about 90 days to complete the process.
Yes, from I would say yes, from today.
Okay, I don't know how often this comes up for weed abatement, but what I was hoping that we can do is get this on the agenda at least every 90 days or 120 days, so we continuously go out and enforce this on all the property owners that have their weeds out of control. That's the only thing that I was hoping for, that we not only do this once, but we just have it on the calendar, on the agenda for every 120 days or so. Every 3rd month, 4th month, 5th month, twice a year, I don't know. But just going out there and cleaning it one time is not going to resolve the issue, because the ones we miss, the ones that aren't on here, the APN numbers that aren't on here, we're going to still have that issue with other properties. So how do we make it to where we're constantly out there making sure that these weeds are down? And
Certainly, and the weed abatement program, this one specifically deals with the vacant parcels that are out there. So private property, especially within fenced properties, that's something that we handle with through code enforcement. And that's done through the standard code enforcement process. And that is a continuous operation. As staffing allows and as time allows, we'll go out and address those issues that happen within private properties. One of the disadvantages or realities with our weed abatement contractors, they will not force entry into any properties. So if we have fenced properties or locked properties, they will not force entry. So for us to do that and gain access, we go through the inspection warrant process through code enforcement to address those issues.
We do have a process, though, to get it
We do.
taken care of.
And what I can tell you is since 2019, when this process has been established, we did have in 1 year a tremendous amount of rainfall similar, and we did execute 2 weed abatement programs. So we did one towards the beginning of the year and one towards the end of the year. For what we've noticed with our property owners is the consistency helps to build kind of a trust within the city. And so what we find is most of them are starting right about this time to abate their properties, because they know that every May when the letters start to come out. So we're trying to keep it consistent, but we certainly can look at it. And what we do with our prevention office is to look at the weeds. And if we start to see an abundance of growth because we had a heavy rainfall, they go back and the weeds come back, then we can address that as well.
And the only reason I'm bringing this up, because we had the city cleanup this weekend, and we were at all these empty properties that just had weeds growing and people living in these areas who are building shelters. And I mean, if it's all cut down now, you'll have less people in there hiding to, build homes and stuff. So I'm just want to make sure we're consistently out there cleaning, or getting the weeds down. So,
Absolutely.
yeah. All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
All right. I'll make a motion to pass 17B.
I'll second it.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Mills, second by Councilmember Peterson. That motion passes 4-0.
Was I also 17C?
Yep.
Okay. 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 Well, reading on this, I guess in 2022, July 2022, we passed a resolution to approve this. My question is, the reason that we're turning down this grant is because of the other CDBG grant that we have, and you can't have both? Is that what we're?
It's good evening, Mayor. It's not a grant. It's election to participate in the Riverside County Urban County Plan. And if we participate, then they take part of our CDBG program. So it's we're not able to fully manage our own CDBG program.
Oh, they take control of it, or?
Yes, part of it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got it. I just didn't understand it fully. So, okay. Well, thank you. Then I'll go ahead and make the motion to go ahead and pass 17C also.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Mills, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. That motion passes 4-0.
D mine too, or? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, guys.
It's your speed record.
President Hammond 5-year measure a local street road CIP fiscal year. Let me find my notes on this, gentlemen. Give me a minute. Oh, okay. I got it here. Now is this, my question is, Noah, I see everything is to be determined on these road fixtures and all that, and money allocated, but it doesn't give you property addresses or anything. What can you just talk to me about that?
So, yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council, Noah Rao, Public Works Director. This is our 5-year program that we are required to file to participate in the Measure A program through RCTC for the Riverside County. So we come up with projects that they're not specifically street identified at this point, but this integrates into the city's 5-year capital improvement plan as well. That's where we specify the actual projects.
So basically, we just have to let them know that we're allocating so many funds.
And what type of project that we're going to be doing, whether it be maintenance or
But
rehabilitation.
if I look at the last page of your Measure A local streets and roads program, I see that it's marked as changed and one's deleted. And it does give you.
So as we go through there were some changes on the past years, what was done based on what was submitted the prior year. So that's what you would see there. There was one project that had 3 phases, and so really the 3rd phase was deleted. That was what was left, and it was put towards a different project, which was another pavement
Do
rehabilitation.
you remember the project that you were going to look into for the Crow's Nest continuation of the sidewalk for the handicap? So and because it was dirt off of State and Crow's Nest.
State and Crow's Nest, there's a sidewalk project that's actually in process.
I just
right
wanted to
now.
tell you, I was over there today and I seen them working on it. I was really happy about it. I wanted to thank you for that.
Great, thank
It
you.
took a year, or 2 years, but we got it. Thank you, sir. Because we have handicapped that go through that route to get to work. So I just want to make sure that they had access. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve 17C. No, D, I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Mail, second by Councilmember Peterson.
Good evening, Mayor, council
Passes
members,
4-0.
and members of the public.
Where are we now? We moved to E.
Yes, I pulled that. No,
Oh, you pulled that, okay.
that's the one I pulled? Nope, that,
No,
I
you
didn't pull that
pulled
one.
F.
This is a West
I
Covina
pulled
Service
17E.
Group.
I
amendment.
was just surprised when I read this, and I do read the agenda now. No, I always have, to be honest with you, that we have a jail.
Never been in it?
Huh?
You've never been in it?
In it. Now,
Mayor,
50 years ago, I probably would have been in it.
actually, we're really fortunate here in the city of Hemet. In fact, in Riverside County, we're a pre-1979 jail, so that jail has been here for a while. So we're cost effective in a sense because we don't have to meet certain areas, but we're just a holding facility.
Uh-huh.
And what's fortunate about that is I don't lose an officer out of this valley for 2, 3, 4 hours. So we could house them for a certain time. Last year, you guys approved a transport van, so we could transport up to 10 individuals at one time to county.
Oh, wow.
So not losing any officers at any given time. As I mentioned before, Mayor, I really want you to come out on a ride along because you advocate for us and will answer a lot of questions that I'm sure the community asks you every day.
I did want to ask you if I can go on a ride along. I want to go 5 days in a row. No, I'm just kidding. But what I want is the day shift, a evening shift, and a graveyard shift. If I can get on.
Absolutely.
ride along.
Just give us a call
Try
because
and-
I know
Yeah.
you get a lot of questions out there and you're there. You're the mouthpiece to the community to allow them to know what we do,
Yeah.
what type of services we provide. So you're more than welcome. I encourage all the council members to come out on a ride along.
If you can schedule something for me next week, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and we have a
Thank you.
Citizens Academy, so that's for everybody, open to all our citizens. So, I'm going to recommend everybody apply, come out and, put yourselves in our shoes and we get to learn from you as well.
Great. Well, the only reason I wanted to hold this, I didn't know we had a jail. I was surprised.
Hey, we go for a tour after a council meeting tonight.
No, thank you. No. All
But-
right. Well, thank you, sir.
Well, thank you.
I'll make the motion to go ahead and pass 17E.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Mail, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal.
You're
That
on,
motion passes 4-0.
Kruba? 17F?
Got to come back up, chief. This is about the substation. I have 2 questions. You mentioned 2 different addresses in the staff report, one 3570 West Florida and the other's 3750 West Florida.
It's 3750 West Florida,
3750 is the right one. Okey doke.
right next to Golden Village.
Okay, we don't have the one over in Target Shopping Center anymore?
No, they actually evicted us
Oh,
because
excellent.
we paid, they were very gracious, that center, for many years that we only paid rent $1 a year. But as revenues, as more businesses come in, it's obviously they want to fulfill all those their obligations and fill those stores. So but they were gracious enough. I think we've had that substation since I think just after I got here.
A
And
long time, yes.
a lot of our community members out on the west end really like to visit that and do their reports there or make any type of requests or information that they need from the police department.
Do we still have the substation in the mall?
We do have that in the mall, and it's not visited by too many people. And I don't think the mall is really visited by too many people, but we want to keep that going. And we do want to expand that because, one thing I have to say is our volunteer program, which you know very well, they probably produced over 11,000 volunteer hours a year, which is over $500,000 of working man hours. So, I mean, just amazing people. Without them, we can continue what we do every day. They do everything from our fleets to going out doing extra patrols. If you're on vacation, you can request for vacation checks, and just amazing group of people that
just makes this department whole. So
One more question. Do we have the substation by True Value in the Yale, Florida Shopping Center?
no.
No.
And the reason for that, there was a little disaster that occurred and we found some mold in there, and that's getting repaired. We do want to look for probably another facility, if not in the same center, somewhere where we're more visible. If you don't recall, we were in an alcove where we weren't really visible, which I think it's beneficial for us to be out there, high visibility.
Very good. That's all I wanted to know.
I have a, oh, go ahead.
It says $12.74 for the rent each month and then $865 for the utilities. But how much is it going to cost to equip it and set it up?
That's going to be extra funding because we do have to build desks. So I do have, I've had discussions with our city manager regarding our next fiscal year to equip that, but it'll be possibly around the number of $70,000.
Thank you.
I have a question. Who's going to be manning this facility?
Well, our volunteers do a great job, but we're going to house our support services sergeant out on the west end. That they handle all our school resource officers, to include our volunteers and our crisis intervention team. So they'll be housed on the west end.
Do you mind used equipment, or do you have to have state-of-the-art updated equipment, computers, printers, and?
We use these computers that are compatible for what firewall service and what we do with our types of service. So there's a lot of things that we have to be able to access that holds all our systems and platforms, like our CAD system, RMS. Whatever we can use from our previous facility, obviously we'll use, but most things will be updated and it has to be built to fit our current belief of what's going to be set up out there on the west end substation. So,
and the reason I asked that question is my son works at one of the biggest law firms in the United States. They have multiple law firms everywhere. They update their computers every 5 years, no matter what. And these computers are really good computers. We have a couple of them at our American Legion. Come with like 20-inch monitors or 22-inch monitors, computers. The only problem is they lack the hard drive, but we buy hard drives for $20 per hard drive for 500 gigs. And some, if we need a terabyte, we can get that, pretty cheap also. And the reason I'm saying, because they have routers, they have everything that they upgrade. And I didn't know if you could use equipment like that. I believe the Intel chip is a 5 or darn, I forgot what they come in through. But they're fairly new. 5 years old is not old. So I didn't know if you could use used equipment. The printers are LaserJet 5s and above. So
well, you're the IT expert since your career was in that field, but that'd be a question for IT Underwood.
Yeah, for Scott.
To answer what we can use with
I'm
that's
just saying,
compatible, but we could use monitors and things that are compatible.
Yeah.
I apologize, but I couldn't answer that question.
Well, I'm just saying to man your offsite facilities like that. So it's
and
so
most of the stuff we do pretty well with what our officers carry, because they carry a tablet and we only use a docking station for what they need.
Yeah.
And other areas that our volunteers don't access certain things, we like to get them on our CAD system because we haven't for a while, and they have to do written reports, or they can't do any reports because those reports now have to be placed into our CAD system so we could do records management. And that's been an issue. And actually they complain because they can't get on our CAD system to do those types of reports.
I got you. Okay. Well, thank you, sir.
So I wish I could answer those questions
I'll
regarding your
talk to
drives
Scott
and everything
at some
else.
point, see what he says. Okay.
All right.
Chief. How do you advertise the substations so people are aware that they're I didn't even know you could do a vacation
checks?
Yeah.
There's listed on our website, and we'll do a better job advertising. Obviously, that's the biggest thing I've noticed, and I think we all notice, is even from the city side, from the police department side, is just communicating and engaging more and throwing those resources out there. Last council meeting, I provided our year-end review, which things that I learned from attending community meetings and questions that they had. We just all have to do a better job putting that information out there, and different platforms too, because some people don't get on social media. You know, some people they do different means of learning that information. Sometimes it's flyers, sometimes it's news media, but I'm sure there's other ways we can make sure that all our different diverse group of individuals in the city would get that information. I think a lot of things we're doing now is trying to locate or trying to improve those types of resources, not only for the city, but what all the departments in the city can contribute to our community. And I think we're moving in that direction with our new city manager. I know we've been working on a big project, so that's going to be part of it. So it's communicating and getting that information to our citizens, because it's that's why we're here. We're here to service our community, and we'll get that information out.
I have one more question. Are we still actively doing the database for at-risk people that Councilmember Shelley Milne started quite a few years ago, that you could register your loved one, whether suffering from, you know, dementia or some other problem, that if they went missing, the police automatically had an update and a picture and information on the person?
That is a great question. That's our at-risk missing database.
Yes.
Now, things that we haven't done in the past, we're finally accomplishing in Riverside County, which is sharing our information. Okay, we haven't done that in the past. And so now we go through a database. You'll start with us, get on our website. What's great about it, you can either come to the station or they'll provide any information. You could do it online. It has artificial intelligence too. They take photos of the individuals, and it doesn't matter if they register, if a family wants to come out here to Riverside County, it could be anywhere from Corona, Hemet, Indio, they could register and we keep them in our database, because nothing says that these individuals are going to end up in our county or not. We don't know. So it's good to kind of spread that out and share that information, because in the past we had a database and it just covered our current database. And there was a lot of, research and working to get that information out to different cities. We got to make phone calls and make sure, hey, we have an at-risk missing. Now there it goes across the board. And that's through our Cal ID and artificial intelligence. And that's for missing persons and anybody that's at risk. So we just started this about 6 months ago. And we put some things out in social media, but like I said, not everybody researches or watches our social media to get that information out. But really great resource. We're happy to be part of it. And we're doing it in collaboration with all the cities and the county of Riverside. So great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
If
Can I
there's,
get a motion on?
I will make a
17F?
motion to approve 17F.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. That motion passes 4-0.
Okay, 17G, I guess we're gonna go ahead and pass, right? Can I get a motion to pass 17G?
Move approval, 17G.
Second.
Can I get the second one more time?
Second.
Councilmember Krupa, motion, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 4-0.
We are moving to discussion items. Our first discussion item is, maybe we receive a report from staff on this item. 18A, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I wanted to do a little brief overview. Tonight's items 18A, discussion of interview questions for the appointment of Council Member District 1. And just to provide a little background, on May 9th, the City Council requested for the City Clerk's office to advertise through various methods for the City Council District 1 and vacancy, and provide a report with interview questions for the appointment process of qualified candidates. The report is aimed to gather a set of questions that will be used tonight as a guide for the District 1 candidates during the interview process at the June 13th, 2023 regular City Council meeting. In the report, there's 10 questions, and ultimately the council is encouraged to consider using them as a boilerplate or reference guide when interviewing candidates. Regarding the selection process, I'll leave the deliberations to the council, and if you'd like to proceed one by one, or we could take them as a whole, or add and or delete questions, we can modify the list so that we can bring those to the June 13th city council meeting. And that's the end of my report.
Anyone?
Is that what it is? You want me to start?
Sure.
I think these are all really good questions. I think there's too many of them, but they're very good questions. And if anyone were running for office, this is probably what they would have to put in their candidate statement and or at any question and answer session that we had. But a couple of them that I think are important and specific to this is the residency question. And
Numbers when you talk about them, which number you're talking about?
oh, it's not even on there.
Oh.
This is an addition.
First
Somehow
there's
the
no-
verification, whether it comes with their application and is verified before the candidates come to us, but something that goes along with city ordinance on residency. And the second one, because it's District 1 and because we have a development that is proceeding in District 1 that has raised conversation, shall we say, at council meetings and a lot of objections. My concern would be if any of our applicants would have a conflict of interest on this project if they were selected as a council member. And anybody can take that.
I'd imagine they recuse themselves, wouldn't they?
Okay, so, for the first question, council member, when we're talking about the residency requirement specifically, as you know, but for the benefit of the public, there are two requirements to be a qualified candidate for a city council seat under state law and under the city's own municipal code. And those are that you be a resident of District 1 and that you be a registered voter of District 1. Typically, if we were having an election, those two qualifications are checked when you pull papers. Here, they would be, you need to be a resident and a registered voter as of the day of appointment. So I believe on the application itself, it does ask, what is your residence? And are you a registered voter of the district? It doesn't ask for how long.
And that's really immaterial.
And so, I wanted to make sure that, we understood exactly what the council's interested in so that the candidates are able to prepare to answer those questions. I don't think it's unusual for it's not disqualifying to be new to a district or new to the city or new to the valley. But, it's certainly something that I think, the council may have interest in and the public may have interest in. How long have you lived in Hemet? How long have you lived in District 1 or the Valley? So if, I guess, what I'm looking for is sort of the contours of what exactly you're looking for beyond the what's your residence and are you a registered voter? Do you want to know a little bit more than that?
If it's on the application, correct?
Only like what is your residence today?
Oh, okay.
As of today. I don't think the application says how long have you lived there.
We do have an optional years on the application, so they
Okay.
could fill in optional.
It really doesn't, according to state law and our ordinance, there isn't any time frame for residency.
So this is one of those fun little
Yeah,
tricks of the English
except
language,
pulling
right?
papers.
To be legally qualified, minimum legal standard versus qualified in the eyes of the council when you're deciding who you're going to pick, right? So to be minimum legal requirement is you have to live there right now. We have the optional line of tell us how long. And you'll get those applications in advance and we're preparing the questions, but the council, if the council wants to ask additional questions during the interview, that's going to be your prerogative.
could we add that question as an optional question from council?
Yes.
Or just have it on the list of questions and
I'll put it this way. I think the goal of today is to let the applicants, let the public generally know what kind of questions you're planning on asking, right? And so it can be an optional question. This isn't a personnel board where we are going to say these are the only questions you're allowed to ask and you're not allowed to ask anything else. Obviously, there are certain types of questions that under state and federal law would be prohibited from asking. But I think if, for example, if someone says something interesting and you want to ask a follow-up question, or if, you have a specific question based on the application, you want to ask it during the interview, that's permissible. But the goal of this was to give a general scope of what the interview questions are going to be.
okay. Could you answer the second one on conflict of interest possibility on that? And
Absolutely.
the conflict and then I'll tell you what I think we should do with these questions.
And I, now, again, refresh my recollection, JP, the application does notify people that they're going to be subject to the state law conflict of interest.
Now, the direct question is, are you willing to file a state financial disclosure statement as required?
Yeah, so we, in our governmenty way, we are kind of putting people on notice that, there are conflict of interest regulations that they are going to become subject to should they be appointed to the city council. But I think your point was kind of well taken, which is there are matters coming before the city council. There's at least one that you mentioned. I don't think it would be inappropriate for the city council to ask, are you, we're going to have this issue come up. Are you going to be conflicted on this thing that we're going to have coming up? Because this is that district. So
Would that also be on the mental health facility that they want to put in?
I think you could go broader if you wanted to say, are you going to be conflicted on any pending licenses, applications, or entitlements that are pending before the city council? That's fine. When it comes to the mental health facility, they don't have any pending entitlements before the city. But if there are specific topics of great community concern that you want to ask about, that seems reasonable to do. So if you want to ask, I made it a little broader rather than the specific project.
Yeah,
but-
and maybe that's good because there may be, it's something that comes up basically for all of us, but there is one pending development that is very, very important to District 1 that is probably going to come back. And
Yeah, I'm just thinking that could happen to any of us in our district in the next year. So, yeah, you're
you
right.
have to recuse yourself. You cannot
Right.
make comment. You cannot do anything
Right.
if you're the conflicted one, which can be,
And it could happen to any of us this year.
can
And-
pose
and
a personal
only-
dilemma.
I only think that it is a little consistent with your past practice. It's something you had to deal with on the mobile home rent control applicants. You had an applicant, you're like, well, you're probably conflicted on the upcoming application. And that sort of drove a little bit of your guys' conversation. So it does make sense that it's in your mind. Obviously it can happen to anybody, but if it's something that you want to ask them, are you going to be conflicted on any upcoming projects? I think it's a fair question to ask.
Or even just, are you aware of it? Are you aware that as council members, we're kind of mandated to recuse ourselves from things that we are conflicted with?
Right. And so, for that project specifically, you're talking about distance that you
Right.
have your property from the project. So within 1,000 feet, you're going to be looking at, if it's within 500, it's an absolute. If it's up to 1,000, it's whether it affects your property or not. And then there's sources of income and other regulations that, whoever you appoint will try to get trained as soon as possible on.
Anyone else?
Well, like Linda said, there's a lot of questions on here, and I think we all may have our own questions we want to ask. So I would be interested in knowing how many other questions we have before we decide weeding out some of these other ones that are lesser importance.
Said it's our prerogative.
What's that?
It's our prerogative.
Right, right.
It
I mean,
is.
I have a
would
couple
just-
questions I want to ask, so I mean, are all what I want to determine is really, are all these 10 necessary?
No, no, you
We're
can,
not restricted to this, right?
right. We offered extra questions essentially for you to choose from and then deliberate over. So if you
Right.
want to add or delete,
And I think we decided before that we're going to ask the same question of every person, and we should stick to that script. So we should decide tonight on which questions we're going to ask, and then that's going to be the list.
And I think just generally consider how long it takes to kind of have that back and forth.
I was gonna say, yeah, we could be
so-
here all night.
If it was a one-on-one interview, you'd probably say 3 minutes per question. With the whole council, you're probably looking 3 to 5 minutes per question per applicant. Just based on past experience, I'm sure you could expect anywhere from 3 to 6 applications for the position. So, you look at 10 questions, maybe 12 with the additional 2, and maybe you have some additional questions you want. If you kept them all in, I mean, you're looking at potentially an hour per applicant. That's it's a long time, and maybe they go faster. But as you're thinking about it, maybe there are questions that are more important to the council. These are suggested questions that staff came up with. Feel free to strike them. We don't have an ego. Not much of one.
and I also wanted to add that on the application itself, there's general questions that they're able to fill out themselves. So, some of them are kind of in line with the questions that we proposed as far as, why do you wish to serve the city, or what is your experience relative to the field, et cetera.
And that's a good point. We could, if there were some here that you wanted to say, you know what, give these to all the applicants in writing, have, and they can just send it to you guys. You could read them beforehand. So you don't have to ask everything at the meeting. That's something you could do as well, just to kind of make it a little bit more efficient at the meeting.
It would be good to know what's on the application then.
We've set a cutoff date at June 2nd so that we could get a report together to provide to the council for the 13th meeting, or the meeting on the 13th, excuse me. So if it's council's prerogative, if they want to see the application sooner.
How many applicants do we have now?
So far, I have one applicant who's filed with the clerk's office, 2 registered for Thursday, and I've had a handful of phone calls, but I have 3 official on the docket.
Councilmember, was your statement that it would be good to see the filled out applications?
No,
or
just the
application?
questions, the questions.
Sure.
Because I mean, if we want to start weeding some of these out and they're already on the application, we should know, well, yeah, let's take those out.
It's on the website. I can email you the link right now so you can bring it up, and I can read them out loud if you'd like. It's on the city clerk's webpage for everyone in the audience and viewing at home. Not committing a Brown Act violation by emailing the council at the meeting. All right. I'm sending it to all 3 of you, 4 of you. Okay, so it's been sent. The link to the city's webpage. But it looks like there are 5 questions that are on the application. One is, why do you wish to serve the city? That seems close to one of the
It's
other questions.
redundant to what you have here. I think number 2.
That's number 2.
Number 2.
Okay, so you're probably already going to have a written answer to that one when you get the applications, right? So maybe that it'll inform one of the ones you're willing to strike. The next one is, what experience or education do you have relative to this field?
That's number 1.
In your opinion, what are the most important issues facing the city of Hemet? That's in there too, I think.
That's number 3.
I'm noticing a pattern. What vision do you have for the future of Hemet?
I think that's kind of on here.
It's like 9 and 10. 8, 9, and 10, and we
Okay.
could get rid of all these questions.
And then the other one is just provide additional information. As to the conflicts of interest, just to add it, are you willing to file a financial disclosure statement as required? Are you willing to complete the AB 1234 training? Just yes, no questions.
Okay.
So with those questions in mind, you now maybe you have some that you're willing to strike from the oral part of the process because you're already gonna have the answers in writing. It sounded like 1, 2, and 3. Although 3 is about District 1 specifically, as opposed to the city of Hemet generally. And then 10, I think, is about vision. It says envision on the oral, but it was vision, and so. And again, there's nothing saying we can't take some of these questions and staple it to the back and say supplemental questions from the city council that you guys want, you still want answers to, but you don't want to do orally.
Can 10 and 3 be consolidated? 10 says, finally, what do you envision for the future of District 1 and the city of Hemet, and how would your leadership contribute to achieving that vision? And number 3 says, the city of Hemet faces several challenges, including public safety, infrastructure, economic development, and affordable housing. What is the most pressing issue in District 1, and how do you plan to address it? They kind of answer the same, right?
Well, we already said we're going to strike 1, 2, and 3 because they're on the application.
So then
Correct?
we can strike 10.
Yeah, you can strike 10 too.
And 10 also.
Yeah. Yeah. I think an important question that needs to be added is, do you know what your responsibility as a city council member is?
Maybe,
I mean, seriously, none of us can do anything by ourselves.
right. Yeah, I mean, it's
We may have ideas, but that's it.
I think that's a good
something
question.
along the lines of describe what it means to be a city council member
Yeah.
to you. So that way it's not a yes, no question, and maybe get their own words elicited.
I have a couple I would like to ask specifically. So I don't know if we want to start striking some of the other ones or if we want to just start adding more.
Well, and my personal opinion, I don't think there should be any more than 2 questions from any one of us. So I mean, 8 questions maximum is still going to take us a long time.
That might be a good way to put it. We can each pick 2 things that are most important that we want to ask, and that would be 8 questions. Would you agree to that?
Sounds easy. Sounds.
Can you say it in a different way?
Okay, so there's 4 council members. If we each pick 2 different questions from the others, what is the 2 most important things you'd want to know of a prospective council member? So you would ask 2 questions, and we all would ask the same candidate that same question, and we would all hear that answer. So each one of us would ask 2 specific questions for a total of 8 questions to each candidate.
Oh, this is embarrassing. So, for example, I would ask 4 and 5, and then all of us,
No, you
No,
can
you
ask
just pick
any
your own.
2. Like
in addition to these.
no, you ask 2 total.
So I could just go 4 and 5.
You could ask 2 from there.
What
Or
would you
Come
guys
up with
pick?
your own questions.
Yeah, you can ask 2 from that list, or you can come up with 2 of your own, like the mayor said.
But what would you guys do?
I have 2 that I want to ask.
So
That
I would
aren't on
ask
there.
my 2, and you would ask 2?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got it.
yeah.
That sounds
Sure.
reasonable. That
What-
way,
Which ones do you have that
Okay.
would be
but yours
maybe
are your own.
added to this and taken off this?
Okay.
We're
I
gonna be
was
here
just
a
trying to
while.
understand what the procedure.
Okay, so my question was, what do you believe is the #1 priority for bringing quality businesses to Hemet? So we all want to have economic growth, but I want to know what they think is the number one priority for bringing quality businesses to Hemet. Where do we start? And I'm waiting for the city clerk to write.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
What is the number one quality for bringing businesses to the city of Hemet?
Quality businesses.
I have that down as what do you believe is the number one priority for bringing quality businesses to Hemet?
Close enough. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So my other one I would want to answer to is Hemet has many buildings that are not kept up and way too much trash. What is your solution for making our city presentable once again? How many buildings that are not, Hemet has many buildings that are not kept up and way too much trash. What is your solution for making our city presentable once again? I'm watching our city clerk write feverishly.
Just not.
Did you get it, John Paul? Okay.
Linda's questions.
Well, I like number 4. Collaboration and teamwork are essential to effective governance. How would you approach building relationships and working with your fellow council members, city staff, and the community to achieve common goals? So that's one of mine. And I don't like the rest of them.
You have one of your own?
I already, did my residency and conflict of interest.
But that's kind of on the application, right?
Yeah.
I think you can have
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah.
Well, the residency is do you have any conflicts of interest is not.
Yeah.
What do you want that one?
I think one of my questions would be, are you prepared to spend the necessary time that it takes to review agendas, not only for the city council, but also to any committees you may be appointed to, and because it's difficult. Malcolm can tell you, it's difficult when you work full-time and have a family. It's extreme. It's difficult for me, and I don't have either one, but it's something like that. Are you prepared to spend the time necessary to do your job completely and fully? So that's my 2.
I wanted to add some context. We do have a question on the eligibility requirements. It says, will you be able to attend all the city council meetings?
Yeah, but see, that's not it.
That's different.
That's 3 hours, every 2 weeks. It takes 16 hours to prepare for those 3 hours. And if you're on committees like most of us are, it takes even more time. So I want to stay with my question. Are you prepared to put in the necessary time?
Try. Be honest with you, I cried a couple nights.
And Heidi probably did too. Okay, what's your questions, Malcolm?
I like number 6 and 8. But I like it not just for District 1.
It's citywide.
Yeah.
It's citywide. Yeah. I agree with that.
So just make it the city instead of District 1.
Yeah, I think that's very good.
And you said 8?
Yes.
And that one is just limited to District 1 also. Do you want to change it to city?
Number 6? Yes.
Number 6 and 8, they both reference District 1, so you want to reference the entire city.
Yes. You know, it would be interesting to see each district as its own. Like, what are the most prominent problems in each district? Are they the same across all the whole board, or is each district like its own little city?
Again?
I'd the nerd in me wants to know, looking at each district. So looking at Hemet as a whole is divided into 5 districts. Are the 5 districts, do they have the same problems? Or like, do they have their own personalities?
My thinking is we all have the same problems all over town. Doesn't make any difference. And I always liked something that Russ Brown said. He said, I'm elected by the people in District 2, but I represent all the residents of Hemet. And I think that's very, very true. We may be elected by a small group in a district, but our job is to represent everybody in the city.
So Joe, to bring you back up to speed, Malcolm picked 6 and 8 from the list.
Oh,
So you may pick anything from the list or your 2 of your own.
I would like to make sure that the questions asked about this mental health facility, if they're pro and or con, how do I ask that question properly without getting in trouble?
Well, I can keep you out of legal trouble.
That's what I want.
Okay. So, I think that, it's permissible to ask about current issues that are facing the city. If you wanted to specifically ask,
You
what are-
writing this down? No, I'm just kidding.
what are your thoughts? And do you support or oppose the construction of the proposed recovery village? I think that'd be a perfectly fine question to ask. Someone get their thoughts on it.
Get that done?
If they were running for office, sure, they'd get asked that.
I think the question has to state within the city limits of Hemet. Within the city limits of Hemet.
Well, it's in the city limits, but it's county property.
Right. Right.
Oh.
But they have a lot of property in our city limits. They could move it from State Street to another street. So
Yeah, but my
I think
question
you
is
should
if-
specify city limits.
It's your question, or do you want us to add in the city limits? I mean,
That's
guess-
what-
I don't see why it's.
That's why our letter, that's what our letter said to the supervisor, I do believe, within the city limits. So.
That I have no problem with it, so,
I think it needs to be more specific,
all right.
because I would ask that too.
Okay, and my second question? Oh, you picked what?
6 and 8.
6 and 8. There was a question on here. The city council often need to make tough decisions. Well, that's a good one. I like 9. 9 would be fine for me. So the mental health 1 and 9. Okay. Yeah, 9, number 9. Oh, I'm sorry. 9, please. Bingo. Oh, no. Okay, so.
Okay, so the council has now given us 8 questions. At the risk of extending the discussion in the meeting, is there any particular order you'd like to ask them in? Or to just go down the line?
Just start with Linda, Jackie, Malcolm, and then myself.
Okay. Then
Make it easy.
solid.
Okay. It is quiet in there.
There, now it came on.
Oh. Can we get a motion for 18A?
Motion?
To accept with 18A as discussed in our meeting, I would.
I think we have direction if the council wanted to move on to the next item.
Okay, let's move on then. Moving to 18B.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Veronica Allen with the City Manager's Office. This presentation is on the consideration and selection of the fiscal year 2023-24 allocation of the Community Development Block Grant. This presentation is similar to the April 25th council meeting with the adjustment of adding an option 1 and option 2 to the public services and housing and public infrastructure categories. So the strategic plan integration is the same. CDBG aligns with council adopted objectives under quality of life, partnership and collaboration, and community engagement. This goes over the number of applications that we received, and I will skip that so we can get to the most important part. The total allocation to be allocated is $1,126,120.64. And the allocation for 23-24 is $827,276 for 23-24, with a reallocated amount of $298,844.64. Moving to the public services allocation, this has changed. We have the ad hoc recommendation. We've also added an option 1 and an option 2 for council to select from. The total allocation amount is capped at 15% at $124,091.40. Did you want me to go over the changes? Yes, okay.
I can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Did you want me to go over the changes?
The changes, okay, so option 1 is what the actual the original ad hoc made, right?
No,
No.
the ad hoc recommendation is the ad hoc recommendation. Option 1 is an option, and option 2 is different. Option 1 is revising the allocation for Valerie Restart from 15,000 to 25,000. It also revises the Caravan Transit from 9,000 to 10,000. And it revises the Together on Disabilities allocation from 2,000 to 5,000 and eliminates the allocation of the Happier Life and We Care Boost program. Option 2 revises the allocation of My City Youth After School program from 20,000 to 24,000. Same revision to Caravan from 9,000 to 10,000, and same revision to Together on Disabilities from 2 to 5,000.
Okay. So we took away then from the Happier Life and We Care,
Correct.
which was a total of 14,000. And then we allocated it to,
In option 1, we allocated it to My City Youth,
okay,
Caravan, and Together on Disabilities.
what stability? I'm looking for it.
Together on Disabilities. The last one under that section.
Oh, here we go.
In option 2, we added the allocation to My City Youth After School program, to Caravan, and to Together on Disabilities.
And what is Together on Disabilities? What is that one? What do they do?
Together on Disabilities is an organization that provides learning skills to adults with developmental disabilities. They want to do a scholarship program to help the families with the disabled adults, assist them with emergency funding, housing, rental assistance, and learning skills at their storefront.
And the reason we took away from the Happier Life and We Care, can you give me an explanation on that? Linda or Jackie?
Yes. If I can remember what they were. The Happier Life was basically for startup on a nonprofit that we felt was already being served in the community.
Which was what?
It's basically what Exceed does, and a couple others. It's helping people, but it was paying to start up for salaries and to get an organization started. We felt that the funding was better used going to an already established organization that was probably doing close to the same thing. The We Care on this found out it was a national organization. It's not the local We Care that I thought it was.
Yeah.
And they get money, then they give out grants to start up childcare facilities, which is great, except that it also pays for their overhead on a national level. And we have programs and could institute programs that would do that, probably with some of our excess CDBG funds that we had from a couple of years ago, where we give out money to businesses.
Yeah.
And We Care is out of Los Angeles, so we want to keep our money locally here.
And they don't have a satellite.
Well, they do have a service in town, but like Linda said, it's like what they want is money so that they can train other people to make money. So it's not really going to an organization that's already established. They just want to grow their business, basically. And we'd rather see it go to people rather than higher ups.
Okay.
And then that was part of the reason why we wanted to increase the amount of funding to Together on Disabilities.
They're new also.
But they're established. They've been doing this for at least a year, maybe two. And they already have clients that they are working with. And we thought if we increase that amount, they could help substantially with the groups.
And you're
and
with who?
clients they are with.
I can't hear.
If
You're live. Okay, you're the one that, would you like to say something on your organization? Please, yes, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carolina Ayala. I'm the founder and executive director of the Happier Life Project. We've been around since June 4th, 2021, so coming up on 2 years. We are a recovery community organization that provides non-clinical, peer-based recovery support services to people that are struggling from substance use or mental health challenges. So we perform outreach. We also do mutual aid support groups. We do currently offer depression bipolar support at one of the churches out here in Hemet that has allowed us to use space there. We just had a virtual summit that raised awareness as to what, after the listening sessions that we had in Hemet and San Jacinto of the needs of the community, a lot of people that are unhoused, we do go out. We also train people with naloxone because of the fentanyl overdose. and just connect with the community. We're all people with lived experience. So people that have gone through the recovery journey and are on the other side, giving back as an RCO. We are the first RCO in Riverside County and actually one of 6 in the state. It's a new part of the ecosystem of recovery supports. And we did initially ask for a higher amount that was for staffing. However, we have since received a mentor internship program grant that was very helpful to allow us to now bring on interns, which we just had 4 from Hemet and San Jacinto, all undergrads from Cal State San Bernardino, undergrad psych majors that have been a part of the organization. And it's going to help us continue to bring in youth, high schoolers, community college, university, to have them in behavioral health, because it is a behavioral health position to be a recovery coach or peer support specialist, and help them get that experience before they go out into the clinical world.
You go out on the streets and try to help addicts in the street at all?
Part of the work is that is the outreach component. Yes, it is.
And you're based out of where?
We don't have a physical location. That was also what was part of the written part of it. We're just in community, different communities going out mobilizing. So that's why the amount was like larger when I asked. It was the first time I've ever done it. And so it was pretty much for rent also, for like a space or location. But I have since found other organizations that have offered to allow us to use space if we needed to do one-on-one or any groups. So we've been able to take care of that.
Okay, thank you. Malcolm, you have anything?
Well, if she's here, how do we?
It's my understanding, previously I was told that we don't have to choose option 1 or option 2. These are just suggestions. So we can still play with these numbers somewhat if you feel like we want to do that. But if you're happy with one or
I
the
don't
other.
want to delay the process because people need the money to
Right.
function.
Right.
But we do have a representative here from Happier Life. And that's the one that we took money away from. So I don't know if you want to stay with what you have here, or if you want to maybe, just reallocate something to them or not. I don't know. So I want to get this completed today so they can get their money and focus on what needs to be done in their organizations. So is there any changes anyone wants to make on anything here?
Can we go with option 1 and that extra 4,000 go to Happier Life?
I have a question for Veronica on that. If the applicant has basically changed what they're going to be using the money for, since it was brought out that it was going to be for rent, how does that change our ability to stay with HUD guidelines and online with HUD and the application?
The application and the request for funding should be based on what they put on the application.
So at this point, it's not the same.
Yeah. Yes. If they have changed their scope of work or their request for funding, I also would like to add additional information. The Happier Life has not received any federal funding before. And as Councilmember Krupa stated, this is a startup request for their organization.
I would just like to say, I like option 1 the way it is, and I would encourage the Happier Life to apply next year again.
You have any? Oh, go ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify, we are not a startup. Our annual budget went from 53,000 the first year to 186 the next year. And this year we are now at about 500,000 with other grants that we have received. That is why bringing the mentor internship program grant into Hemet is huge. We did not have a space or a building, and that was what initially was part of the request, but that was like $40,000. When I saw 9, I was like, okay, it just brings it down to program, straight program. So that's where I was talking about the adjustment, not because I tried to change the application, but it was by fitting what was suggested or offered by the council. So we are not a startup. We're going into year 2, actually. And the federal funding we've received, Department of Healthcare Services has funded us from the very first year. And even though it's not directly from SAMHSA, it's federal funds that go through DHCS that then go through the managed healthcare plan that then come through us.
Okay, but that leads me to my question on if your application was requesting the 46,756 for rent and whatever, and we give you 9,000 and you don't need to pay anything on rent, that gets us in trouble because our reporting to HUD has to substantiate, we're giving it to you for this reason. And you're reporting back to us that you're using it for that reason. And if you're not, then we as a city also get in trouble with CDBG.
Well, rent isn't free. It's just not the amount that I thought it was going to be, like regular, finding a place and going through regular leasing. It's like you get to meet people and then you get like discounted, rent and stuff like that to provide the services to help community-based organizations help the community.
At this point, since we heard all discussions, and I do like the recommendation that Jackie, our council member, made on apply next year for the grant. I would like to make a motion to go with option 1.
I'll second that.
Can I get a vote?
Oh, Mayor,
Oh,
I'm not done yet.
oh, yes, you are. And I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
That's
We should
that's
do
option
option 1 for
1
the
for
next one.
public services.
Okay, go ahead. then.
Okay, so now I'm
Can we vote on those separately? Because isn't there an option 1 and 2 on the next one also?
yes.
So they are separate. Can we go ahead? Are we allowed to vote on them separately and get them done?
You are absolutely allowed. If you guys want to split them up, go ahead.
Yeah, all right.
Your meeting.
So I made the motion. Jackie seconded it.
I have a motion.
Oh,
Council, please cast your votes. And I have a motion by Mayor Mills and second by Councilmember Peterson for option 1. That motion passes 4-0.
moving to,
Okay, moving to public housing and infrastructure allocation. This is allocated at $836,574.04. There's the ad hoc recommendation and option 1 and option 2. Option 1 eliminates the allocation for the Valley-wide Jerry Searle and Bill Gray Park accessibility projects and moves that amount to the Senior Disabled Home Rehabilitation Program. In option 2, it moves the amount to the code enforcement project.
okay, so we struck out the Valley-wide on both of them then. Okay. And what's the reasoning behind that?
The reasoning for me was because they're on our tax bill. We pay property tax. One of the line items on our property tax is to Valley-wide. I've asked for additional information on revenues and expenditures for them and plans to maintain parks and recreation in our valley with our dollars. I haven't gotten a total package back on that, but I have gotten parts of it back. And I'm not going to give them any money until I find out answers on whether we're turning into a donor community or whether we are actually having money that's earned here, spent here.
Okay, I'm good with that. I'm good.
But I also have two questions on these options. And that is, I know we're moving that money to code and to senior housing. I would like to see senior housing put up to the 250,000 because we have so many seniors that need repairs on their houses and they're standing in line. And I believe there was a lady at the last meeting when we talked about this who said she was very happy that she had moved up from number 106 or something to number 100 to have something done on her house. And if we can allocate more money to helping the seniors get some repairs done on their homes, I think we need to do that.
Well, we can always take away from the library security.
We already did.
I'm only kidding, Kathy. I'm kidding.
But that's open for discussion. That's why we're here.
Well, I actually like option one. That's close to the 250. That's 199,000, almost two.
Well, and the trade-off is to go to code enforcement, and that's also important.
Yes.
So we would, to get what you're talking about, we would have to move 50,000, 222,000 from somewhere.
Option one, and we vote on it now, people get their money. If we change something, then we have to go through another vote again.
If you reduce the allocation for code enforcement, it will have a general fund impact because of the reduction in the allocation amount.
I didn't hear what she said.
It'll affect the general fund if we reduce, which one?
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
I'd say just leave it to option one. Let's just vote on that. I make a motion and select option one.
I would second that.
Okay, can we get a vote?
Council, please cast your votes. Motion to approve option one by Mayor Mills, second by Councilmember Peterson. That motion passes 4-0.
Okay, the allocation for total administration has not changed, so that remains the same. So we will go with option one for public services and housing and public facilities and administration. Thank you.
Do we need? Yay, it's finally done. We don't need to vote on that bottom part.
No, it's already
Okay.
set in concrete.
Because there's no change.
Thank
you very much.
Putting up with us.
Oh, that was 18B, correct? All right, let's maybe we receive a report from staff.
I think the chiller needs to be upgraded in this building.
Okay, I think that's all.
We've always had-
All right, we're moving to 18C. May we receive a report from staff on this item?
Yes,
Speaking of
good
the
evening,
mic.
Mayor, City Council.
Talk loud.
This isn't very loud, is it? Okay, there we go. All right, so this item is to facilitate a discussion regarding the current situation at the library in which there is no air conditioning. The existing 20-year-old chiller failed at the end of April, leaving the facility in this situation. As we are entering the hottest months of the year, we have to make some choices in regard to how the library will operate until it can be replaced. Prior to the failure of the chiller, facilities maintenance staff was already working on the procurement of a replacement chiller and control system. Unfortunately, the lead times for the replacement chillers are quite lengthy. This is partly due to the supply chain issues and the fact that California is phasing out refrigerant 410A. Based on the information received to date, we are looking at approximately 70 weeks after a PO is issued in order to to get one installed and working. We have identified a few potential options to respond to this unfortunate situation. And of course, we're open to discuss any other options that may result from this discussion. The first option is to rent a chiller until the replacement could be procured, manufactured, delivered, and installed. Of course, this isn't a cheap option, but it allows the facility to restore full services to the community. A rental proposal has been provided, and I've actually received 2 more since the staff report was published, but they're very similar. They're structured the same and almost exactly the same price. The second option is essentially what we've been doing over the past month since the failure, and that is to operate under limited hours and then accommodate the library staff at other facilities during the hours that are not feasible to work without air conditioning. And the third option would be to locate an alternative facility that the library could operate out of for this period to provide limited library services to the community. There would be a cost associated with this option, but it's not exactly known at this time. We'd guess in the range of $1 per square foot per space per month. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you to begin some discussions and to be able to provide staff with some direction on how to respond.
Great. Do we have any questions here? Nope. Okay, let's continue. Go ahead.
A lot of comments. So it is, there's, let me start this again. The question is not that we're going to not repair put in a new air conditioner. That is going to be ordered, but we're dealing with the lead time for getting the new system.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and rentals are going to be close to 200,000 for that period of time, which is what, 18 months, maybe?
About
max,
17, I
something
would
like that,
say. Yeah.
which I find absolutely asinine, but it is what it is. So 2 questions. Is there any way that a rental unit could just cool the bottom part of the library and close off the top part?
The way that the system's set up, I don't think that's
I
possible.
think that's possible. Okay, let me
Air
go on.
handlers would,
Go on to my next one. Then here I have a list. Is there any way that the Simpson Center could be used as a library?
it's not in condition to start being used
How's
as
that
a
or
library yet.
Well, I
We
know there's
have some
work going
projects
on.
to do. Yeah,
Right, but the air conditioner does work over there, correct?
they do.
Okay. What if, and this is the part of the if, because I agree with Betty. We have talked about a sub-library at the mall for probably 30 years. And when we built this library, we went out to the public about the location of how do we want to do this one main library? Do we want to do smaller libraries spacing around town? What do we want to do? And the conclusion was we really need a new library downtown, close to the, civic center and all of that good stuff. But that the idea of having a small substation next to the police station in the mall would be absolutely ideal, but we still need more services than that. So I'm just throwing this out. I have no solution, but I have ideas. And I know that the people need, our citizens need that library to be open. The kids need it to be open. So however we do this, in paying that 200 grand for a temporary chiller and opening a substation at the mall. And you're all looking at me like I'm crazy.
Where's the 187 gonna come from again?
That 187,000 would come from general fund reserves, essentially.
I got a question. Are they going to be using the existing duct for the rental chiller?
Yes.
Well, is there any possible way, since the Simpson Center is not being used and is sitting there empty with good air conditioners, can we pull the air conditioners or the chiller from there and use it at the library?
No, the Simpson Center doesn't have like a one large chiller like the library does. It's got multiple smaller air conditioners, and that wouldn't
We,
that
we
wouldn't-
can't daisy chain them together to, well, no, I'm serious.
Yeah, no,
And to make them more powerful.
I don't
No.
see that I don't see that as being viable.
I'm sorry?
I don't see that as being a viable
Oh,
option.
no, no.
Can you talk about the long-term maintenance or the operational considerations if we rented the chiller? Like, would we be responsible for like the maintenance, or if something happened to that thing, who's responsible?
Well, there's the maintenance would be on the provider, but there is like an insurance if like it got vandalized or something happened to it. They do offer insurance that we could purchase at another $1,000 a month.
Because does that thing have the parts in it that someone who would vandalize it pull out of it? And how would we protect it?
Because they are looking at setting it right next to the existing one. So I mean, it's not.
Is that on the roof or is that out and where somebody can get to it?
Well, the current one can't be, it's protected, but
It is protected.
where they would set this one could potentially be accessed.
At what?
Where the temporary one would go outside the area where the existing chiller resides.
Okay, so it wouldn't have.
There would be some potential for that.
Is there any copper on this chiller thing that people might want to steal?
That's why you get insurance.
Is insurance included on this proposal?
It's $1,000 a month, basically.
Extra?
For insurance.
So it's not 180 something. It's gonna turn out to be 200,000.
I think the 187,000 included the insurance.
It did include the insurance.
I'm not sure. I don't think it did.
Then pop it up to 200,000.
Yeah. Wow. I'm sure Kathy has something to say. Don't go anywhere, Noah.
I'm just here our goal, my staff is here. We want to be in the library. We want to be open. We know our community has needs. There are many delightful choices that you have that have been presented, but our first choice would be keep us in our home. Okay.
Yeah, I understand summer's coming. Kids are going to be out. They want to go to the library. I understand that. Okay.
And the library is often used as a cooling center.
Yes.
And so I don't, unless you guys have a problem, we have the money.
Saying that.
Well,
This,
Christmas, I
I have
guess.
one more question, but it doesn't have really anything to do with this. But you made the comment that the current unit and the one we're quote going to order is a complete unit that covers both up and down.
The chiller is one unit, and
Are we looking at a new unit that would just do the bottom or just do the top?
the controls will also be changed, and so the automatic valves, so to speak, can close off, and so you can only use it either upstairs or downstairs. Currently, those are all manual, so you have to crawl through and manually close or open those. So the new one should take care of that situation as well.
Okay, so the new one's been ordered, correct? The new one is
It has
ordered.
no, we're still working through the procurement process, and that'll have to come to council for award before we can issue a PO for that.
God.
Soon. But we are looking at options through that whole thing.
Ordered that.
Have we considered looking at
We approved that last year?
anything from when we did the energy survey a couple years ago or a year and a half ago with Centrex? And they were recommending different units for all of our buildings, and it was a huge price tag that we all kind of choked on. Have we looked at what they had proposed for the library at that time, that maybe there might be some new technology that would be less than $700,000?
Believe they were proposing a similar chiller to what we're looking at
Oh,
as it's an
okay.
air cooled instead of a water cooled unit.
Okay, just asking the questions.
Are you
Okay.
almost, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I just want to ask, when I was first reading this, it wasn't real clear. And since I'm new, I don't know all the past history on this, but it says the funding is in this account. But was that for this fiscal year or next fiscal year?
So back in March, at the special council meeting, the ARPA money was divided out. Just over $1 million was appropriated for a ventilation system at the library, which includes this chiller. Yes. Whenever it needs
So
to be spent.
March of this year, we approved it. I thought we approved it last year.
22. Yeah, it was last year.
Why haven't we completed the procurement process? Why are we still?
There was a lot of ARPA projects and this one's been being worked on, but there's been a lot of to follow the procurement policy and through like the competitive process or a co-op. It's been a lot of back and forth.
Okay. Government stuff.
Yes.
Well, anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Or
Man, you're already.
option one?
I'll make the motion for option 1. To rent a chiller and restore normal facility operations.
And I'll second that.
Council, please cast your votes.
All on option one.
Council, just to clarify, there were a couple quotes that were attached to the backup. Are you approving the Thrain? Is that the one that you were recommending, Noah? Option 1 doesn't say which quote.
We haven't seen the other two.
Any other ones were received after this was published, but they're very similar from other manufacturers. So I think I'll have to look at them closely, but the Train would be probably the recommended one.
And does the council want the city to insure it?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that
And
direction.
it looks like the city manager wants to say something.
And insure it.
So procedurally, what we plan to do is execute a contract essentially tomorrow with this direction to initiate the rental. And then we would need to bring back an amendment to that contract because of the authority granted to the city manager. So that would take us we would have enough time to bring this back at a near-term council meeting for an amendment. But we want to, there's an opportunity to set this in motion and have it installed possibly within a week.
Based on that, can we put a dollar amount that we will approve up to $250,000 for the rental?
And
then not have
I
it
think
have,
that's kind of, if that's okay with you.
that way it doesn't have to come back to us.
If the council wants to approve renting a chiller from Thrain on the price quoted, Train. Thanks, everybody. At the price quoted here, plus the insurance in an amount not to exceed 250,000 is what I heard. Then it doesn't have to come back. Then it doesn't have to come back.
And I don't think it's going to go over 2. Not the way I figured it. But 250 is some insurance.
And then the only
Yeah.
question I'd have is, do we have budget authority for this fiscal year? I think so, because air replacement was already approved.
That was from ARPA.
Yeah. It's ARPA money in there.
If you want to make that motion to give the authority now, it wouldn't have to come back.
Malcolm does.
Or Malcolm.
I'll add that to my motion to give the authority up to 250.
And I'll second that.
I'm gonna bet it won't go over 203.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal, second by Councilmember Krupa. Council, please cast your votes.
Be all green. Yeah.
That motion passes 4-0.
Thank you, Noah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking. All right, let's move on to Resolution 18D. May we receive a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Before you this evening is the second amendment to our agreement with for professional services with Soft Resources. To give you a little bit of history, back in April of 22, staff had recommended the approval of professional services agreement with Soft Resources for consideration of a new ERP system for the city. This original contract or this original project had initially two phases. One phase was project planning and monitoring, assessing our ERP needs, and preparing an ERP proposal. At the time, just to make sure we're all up to speed, the city hasn't had a new ERP systems for about 22 years. So currently we are with Tyler Eden, and they are going out of business. So it's prompted us to kind of move this forward rather fast. So back in April, we started our process working with a consultant to help us to pick a vendor to do this. I wasn't here last April, but I believe the mindset of staff at the time was to enter into one phase that initiated that had Soft Resources help us prepare an RFP, assess the city's needs assessment, and prepare a proposal. They have done that. And through that process, we've learned a few things. One, we haven't done this in 20 years, and nobody was around that did this the first time. So it's kind of new to all of us. What we learned in the process, however, was when we did the process initially, our hope was that staff would do the implementation ourselves. That was our plan. And I've been in cities where we have in fact done that. Systems today, though, are very, very complicated, and we've had some turnover in our departments, as most departments in the city have. So we've learned that, well, we don't have the resources or the skill set to actually do a full implementation. So we are looking at coming back to council and asking council for additional funds to keep this vendor on site to help us do an implementation. That's one part of this new consulting or second amendment. The other part is, when we had set out to do a new ERP system, we had hoped to get an ERP system that would encompass all of the city's needs, HR, finance, building, planning. But in the process of doing this, we learned that it's a unicorn to get one system that does all of this. Again, I'm in my 30-year history of being a finance director, I've been through a few implementations, and if I was around back then, I probably would have made a good bet that we're not going to get planning. Planning is a unique animal and doesn't typically play well with whole systems. I don't know why. It's nothing against planning, but for some reason, we've always had to go out and get a separate system for planning. Well, during this process, we've learned the same. And right now, our consultant is recommending doing a different ERP system that encompasses planning. The reason this is important is we're going to follow through with our current ERP system for finance, accounting, HR, and a separate one for planning, but it's important that we do it at the same time. What we don't want to have is a planning and a permitting software that doesn't speak well with finance. We don't want that. I've seen it in the past. It's a mess. So our proposal in front of you for a second amendment includes the implementation process for a new ERP system and a planning phase to go along with it. Right now, overall, our additional cost for this service is going to be additional $198,150. Again, staff had really hoped that we would do the implementation ourselves and save the city some money, but it's beyond our grasp. That's most of my presentation. At this time, I'll take any questions, concerns, or comments that council may have.
When you
when you talked about the like the finance part with it, does that ensure that when the permitting process happens that finance is aware of what's happening so that we don't overspend anything?
Well, it's the ERP system that finance will have, right? Will speak to our permitting system. And I didn't mean planning, I meant permitting, our permitting system. So if somebody wants to come to the city and get a building permit for a room addition, okay, they'll go through and they'll work with planning on getting that permit issued. That permit will be issued, and what they'll do is they'll issue an invoice. So you'll go ahead and take this invoice and walk over to the planning counter or to the finance counter. We'll pay it. We'll enter it into the system. You go back to the permitting office and they'll give you permit to do this. It's important that the two systems speak together. One, to issue the permit, and two, for us to book and collect the revenue. Having a different permitting process that doesn't speak to our ERP financing process creates a headache. So yes, to answer your question, the two systems will speak together.
So this just makes it efficient for
At the
people
end
to
of the
pay
day,
the fees.
At the end of the day, it'll make it efficient for the customer, the community who comes to our counter, and for us as well.
I worked with many systems, and nowadays they use modules. So you add this module, gives you this, one may be finance, another planning, so on. So it just keeps adding modules, and it's under one umbrella, one system. Now I'm reading here and it tells me two separate systems, yet compatible. I think you kind of define the compatible part of it where they will talk. So I'm not sure how planning works. I'm not sure how the accounting and everything goes hand in hand together, but I just want to make sure that both systems, they're both the same, from the same manufacturer, correct?
Well, not necessarily. That was our
Necessarily.
hope. Our hope was to get one ERP system that was from one software company. What we're finding is a software company makes an ERP system, but in most cases, the permitting package they sell with their software either doesn't work or it creates more of a headache for us. Our consultants have recommended, using one of the top 3 vendors we've selected and going out and doing another ERP system for permitting, but ensuring that there's a bridge between those two and they work and they speak together. That's what we're ensuring right now. And by implementing or by approving the Second Amendment with our agreement with Soft Resources, it will enable us to do just that.
And that's verbal. They're just telling you they're going to make them compatible where they'll talk to each other.
Well,
have they done it before? And
yes, they have.
They have done it.
In those
Okay. I know it
instances,
takes a lot of coding to get two systems to talk to each other and to work together. I worked in a law firm, so a lot of times you had dates that were put in. So one software had to let you know when a court date was coming up, and the other software had to let you know, who was going to show, if it was going to be an attorney or whatever. But you're sure this is all going to be compatible? You're sure that the finance side and the planning side are going to be able to talk to each other and put the proper information in there?
That's what we're aiming for, sir. That's a great question. Thank you.
So you're 100%.
Nothing's 100%, but I'll tell you what, it increases our chances of being successful in this.
Oh,
Is this better than what we currently have?
It is, but another way to look at it is what we currently have is going by the way of the Dodo Bird and the Mastodon. It's that service that we have will no longer be available in about 2 years. Well, I wouldn't say 2 years, but it won't be available to us anymore.
20 years. It's a wonder it's even working now.
Yeah, that's true.
Is this part of the whole one-stop shop
Well,
dream?
the
Dream.
it is part of that dream, but we'll have 2 vendors to do it. We'll need 2 vendors to do it, 2 softwares to do it, instead of just one.
Well, as long as they use the same code language, they can talk to each other.
Sometimes the softwares are what's the word I'm looking for? What do you call that when they're just to them? You can only use it, proprietary. Oh.
Any other questions?
It was a very
sir.
complete staff report because I first looked at it and went, no, we're not going to do this. And then I read through and remembered the meeting where we went through all of this before.
Well, it's
So-
a wonder we're even getting anything done over there with the 20-something-year-old software.
Yep.
And that's why things are held up. That's why we have complaints. That's why people, when they come in to get a permit, they're crying when they leave. And I'm serious. They are. They're so upset. So anything's better than what we have now. So anyone want to make a motion?
I will move approval of this item per staff recommendation.
Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
City Clerk?
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you,
Council,
Paul.
please cast your votes.
Yeah.
That motion passes 4-0.
Moving on to 18E. 18E, adopt a resolution city council. Okay, ordinance.
Make all of our lives easier.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, it's with pleasure to introduce this report. It's a good segue from Paul's report as far as trying to be more efficient and ensure that we're providing transparency to the public. So without further ado, this report is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, adding Article 6, electronic and paperless filing of fair political practices, commission, campaign disclosure statements, and statements of economic interest to Chapter 2, administration of the Hemet Municipal Code. And so essentially what we're proposing tonight in a nutshell is to provide an e-filing system. We actually have already allocated funds for that in our prior fiscal year budget. This is simply approving the allowance of being able to e-file or paperless file those forms that are mentioned, the campaign disclosure documents. And so some of the pros of doing this is really if you sit on multiple committees outside of the city of Hemet, you can e-file one time and it will file at multiple agencies, reducing,
Going to take all the fun out of it.
becoming more efficient, if you will. So that's one pro. Another, amazing selling point of when you do an e-filing system is that the forms are available online instantly. And so that will reduce Public Records Act requests. And in my shop, that would be greatly appreciated. So with, cutting staff time, allowing access to the public, it's really just a means for efficiency. And so this ordinance that's being proposed is really just to e-file essentially. And so without further ado, that's my general staff report.
This is a long time needed, I can tell you that.
So I do have a question. When
Yes.
we file this, with the 460s and 470s and all of that other good stuff during campaign season, would that automatically go to the FPPC or would it still go to you as election official for the city?
It goes to the FPPC, but it's installed by myself. So,
Okay.
As the elections official, I have to set the election dates and such required, filing report periods. But NetFile, they do a really good job at managing all the upcoming, general elections. So all that information, really, it's more on special elections and things of that nature. where
Sounds
we have
good.
to do modifications, but the annual filing of Form 700s, that's all standard. So that really sums up my report. Otherwise,
Thank you for your presentation. Any comments? Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion for approval. Staff recommendation.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal, second by Councilmember Krupa. I'm going to do a roll call because of the ordinance. Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson.
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0. And I will read the ordinance title, waive full reading and introduced by title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, adding Article 6, electronic and paperless filing of Fair Political Practices Commission, campaign disclosure statements and statements of economic interest to Chapter 2, administration of the Hemet Municipal Code. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to city council and staff reports. Councilmember Krupa.
Okay. Well, we didn't have a library meeting because of heat and illnesses. Malcolm can report on RCTC. RTA board meeting is this week. And the Hemet San Jacinto Water Master Board meeting has been rescheduled from yesterday to June 12th, I believe it is. But some other things, Memorial Day Heritage Foundation Pioneer Picnic will be held on Memorial Day at the THE Center. It will begin after the ceremony at the cemetery. And thank you, Joe, for you guys reinstating that. I attended the Student of the Year award celebration for the school districts, Hemet and San Jacinto school districts. Always an exciting evening to hear from all of the students and then to see how the scholarships that they receive. Also attended the Juvenile Justice, help me with this, Juvenile Justice Department Probation Committee. Anyway, the city had received the notice that different organizations that deal with youth to establish programs that basically helps them not get into trouble. And the city nominated Boxing for Christ, and they won. And Sonia Ramos and her team were there. Malcolm and I were there. And it was really heartening to hear from probation workers and law enforcement people of the work that they do with our youth to help those who have gotten off the right path and to prevent others from getting off that path. And I think one of the most inspiring stories was from a young woman who described her growing up process as she was quite a handful, we just all burst into laughter with that one. But she has since graduated from high school. She is going to college, and she was just taking general ed courses, but she has now decided that she is going to go into the nursing profession. So I was able to give her some information from my Rotary Club because we give scholarships to students who go into the nursing program. So it was exciting. It was good. And then we came back to Hemet and went to the employee recognition dinner that was held at the McSweeney Ranch. And we have some phenomenal employees, and longevity is just amazing. But what was really outstanding was the number of employees in the 5-year range in police and fire. And all of those employees were hired because of Measure U. And then we walked up the ladder, and the highest one was 30 years. Our own IT manager, Scott Underwood. And what was really interesting was that his dad was able to be there, and his dad is a retired public works person from the city of Hemet. So good stuff all the way around. And then I went to an evening of art at the library, and it was hot, but nobody really complained about the heat. We just all walked around and fanned ourselves. Really? Phenomenal evening. Really more art than it was great. Jackie and I were both there, had a great time. Supervisor Gutierrez was there, and Assemblyman Jackson. It was just great. And people, so many people. Doors open, fans on, and everybody had a great time. So, and the other thing I need you all to do is when you're driving down Florida Avenue, if you haven't noticed, the new active duty military banners are going up. And they are gorgeous. And we're doing this in conjunction or in cooperation and partnership with the school district. So it does not cost people anything to have their person put up as an active military banner program. And my daughter is up there, but she's hiding behind a tree. So
Cut that tree down.
no, just move the banner. We need to keep the trees. And that's all I have unless Jackie jogs my memory and I'll have to come up with something else.
Okay, the infrastructure committee meeting is supposed to meet the last Monday, but that's Memorial Day. So because of everybody's schedules, we will be meeting on Monday, June 12th. So in 2 weeks, I can give you a report on that. Last Friday, we were supposed to have a very special Cal Cities meeting in Lake Elsinore at the Lake Elsinore Storm baseball field. However, they had a gas explosion in their clubhouse. So we were supposed to be. So when I got there at 5:20 for the 5:30 meeting, there was no entrance and there were like authorities everywhere. And they needed to cancel the game that night, Saturday, and just to be sure they canceled it on Sunday. So a lot of us showed up from all over the county and it never happened. So we are going to meet again for our regular scheduled one, and maybe they'll reschedule this one later in the year or something. But we were going to have 3 representatives there, which would have been nice because we were looking for one to come to speak with us. And we actually had 3 scheduled, so it would have been a special night. So I attended the Riverside County Habitat Conservation Agency meeting on May 11th. And RCHCA is renewing its contract to Metropolitan Water District to provide land management services at Lake Matthews Reserve. So that's a continuation of the agreement. And along with what Linda was saying, it's always good to see our youth out there doing things. So in October and November, they hosted over 200 fifth graders from the Hemet and Paris Unified School District at 2 different reserves. And as a follow-up and learning opportunity, they held an artwork contest. And it was nice because in our presentation that we had, their PowerPoint, they actually had the winners and the drawings and everything they did. So they presented awards that captured the theme and the meaning of the event for the kids. So it kind of stuck with them for a while. So that was kind of nice. So there is a very invasive species in our county, and it's called the clustered chamomile, commonly known as stinknet. What a great name. So we talked about this and how it's really taken over the county this year because it's a general problem, but with all the rain, it was even more so this year. And it will kill out other native plants, and it really interrupts the wildlife habitat. So it was compounded with our early rains that we had in November and December. So a lot of it bloomed then. And then we got all the rain in January. So there was actually 2 crops of it this year. And we do have a lot of mustard that you see, but a lot of it is this chamomile. So one of our colleagues said, well, gee, you know, she had seen somebody planting it in their development. They thought it was a pretty little flower. And it's got this nice little yellow flower on it, but it's very, very tiny. And she said, well, wouldn't it be great that if you guys publish something that we could give to our people? And just last week, I got this wonderful little flyer. I asked Brenda, our executive assistant, if she could put it on our website. So it's on our website. So if you ever see anybody trying to plant this stuff, stop them. It's terrible. So that was the RCHCA meeting. And then Ramona Bowl, we all made it through that. A lot of volunteers, a lot of youth helped with it, a lot of volunteer service clubs, the board members, the committee members, and it was just a great event. And we had great publicity. We had people coming from far and near that we never had seen before. And they're already planning for next year. So we talked about what we can do for that. And the bowl needs still many repairs, unfortunately. We have to work on a water storage tank, the women's bathroom, the parking lot updates, and other items. So we are discussing money raising events that we can have year long, like summer concerts, maybe another boxing match, what they had in the past, movies up there. So we need to generate income year round to keep the Ramona Bowl going and happy. So, and then the Western Riverside Council of Governments, the next meeting will be on Monday, June 5th, and I will be attending that in Riverside. And all of we members up here are invited to the General Assembly meeting, which is on June 29th. And that's going to be held at Pechanga Resort. And our own Ronnie Imel is going to get the Community Service Award at that event. So I'm excited about that.
What's the date on that and time?
June 29th
June 29th.
at Pechanga. That's all I have. Thank you.
To report from RCTC. So there were 3 items on the agenda that had to be addressed, plus the approval of the minutes from the previous session, but this included funding recommendations to approve funding for MARA and TUMP regional arterial funds. And so what that meant was 85 million of MARA, MARA, which is Measure A regional arterial, and 50 million of TUMP regional arterial funds. And then it was a total of 25 projects that were submitted requesting 184 million in funding, which exceeded the approximate of 135 million that was available. Projects were evaluated based on project readiness, the regional significance, safety, matching funds, and parity. Project recommendations were grouped into 3 categories. And so that included priority, which was fully funded projects, conditional, which was partially funded or scheduled to begin 13 and up to 24 months, and then contingency list, which was if it was awarded, which they were, agency would receive other grant funding or could not begin the funded project phase within the allotted time. And then there was the distribution, and then we talked about the next steps. It dwindled down to 19 projects with the requested funding of 145 million. Total recommended funding for these projects was 134. And Mr. Noah, do you remember there's a project, Esplanade Avenue widening Sanderson to Warren? That includes our side, right? No?
That is San Jacinto project, the widening part, but there's a separate project that's available with some TUMP funds to add a shoulder and a walkway and the drainage improvements on the south side. There are a lot of all the transmission, SCE transmission lines are on the south side. That's why it's harder to expand and widen on the south.
So we have to leave our side alone because of those things?
Well, not alone. We're going to figure a way to squeeze in a little bit of a shoulder, drainage improvements, and a walkway.
Like a sidewalk?
Right.
Okay. Oh, dang. So basically none of our, nothing benefited the city of Hemet, but all these other projects that included like in Marietta, there's the Marietta Hot Springs widening. Wildomar had the Bundy Canyon Road. Clinton Keith widening project. In Paris, there's the Ethernet Bridge over San Jacinto River. Inez and Temecula. Beaumont had a 2nd Street extension. Sun Lakes extension project for Banning. Riverside had the 3rd Street gas or grade separation. Menifee had the McCall Boulevard widening project. And they also had Bundy Canyon Road, Scott Road widening project. Riverside County had the Calico widening and safety enhancement project. And then Wildemar had Bunny Canyon Road improvement. That's a segment 3. Calamasa had the realignment of Calamasa. Moreno Valley had Indian Street, Cardinal Avenue. And then Corona had the Ontario Avenue widening project. They voted for, well, we all agreed that the contracts would be, because the award was the agreements for on-call construction management services, material testing, construction surveying services for construction on various commuter rail station improvement projects. And the firms that were awarded was AECom Technical Services, Jacobs Project Management, and then Kleinfelder Construction Services. That's a 3-year term and with a possibility of a 2-year extension and not to exceed an aggregate of $8 million. And then finally, which I thought was pretty cool, was the Riverside County. So RTCT is adopted a resolution to make use of $1 million for low carbon transit operations grant funding. And so those funds would be used for Riverside County Free Rail Pass Program, which aims to provide free MetroLink passes to riders in Riverside County. So if we live in Riverside County, you can get free passes to ride the MetroLink. The goal of the program is to attract new riders, incentivize existing ones to make more trips, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and increase the use of public transportation. So basically that program will allow riders to sign up for RCTC's Commuter Assistant website and receive free passes through MetroLink's mobile ticketing application. And for those without mobile access, promotion codes would be provided for pass purchases at the ticket vending machines. And so that is expected to start this fall 2023 and will run for 3 years. And that includes the provision for continuing free pass program for college and university students. And the commission is partnering with San Bernardino County and Riverside County for all of those residents. Yes.
Add to that, RTA is continuing its 25-cent fares for the rest of the year.
Good.
So you can ride any place on public transit.
It's for everyone or just citizens and students?
It's for everybody.
So
Everybody.
everybody. Thank you.
And then for Community Action Partnership, our meeting's on Thursday. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, the skate park is still underway. Should be, looks like it's going to be on time by the end of the year, so we should be good. Go by there every day and see the work being done, and it's really a good feeling to see them out there working hard. So League of Cal Cities, a bunch of bills going out. I want to talk about this one because it seems like a lot of these bills that are being written are written for police. I mean, they put you in a bad spot. That's why I'm glad you're here, Chief. This is a measure that would significantly restrict the use of police canines. Is scheduled for a key appropriations hearing this week. The League of California Cities opposes the bill as it may limit police officers' ability to keep their communities safe. AB 742 Jackson would specifically prohibit a police officer from utilizing an unleashed canine to arrest or apprehend a person. Under this measure, police could not utilize canines for crowd control at any assembly, protest, or demonstration, and canines could not bite in any circumstances. This would effectively limit the use of canines to search and rescue, explosives detection, and narcotics searches. May 18th, they read and amended the order and had it returned for a second reading for May 22nd at 1 p.m. I looked to see what the latest was on that, and they didn't show anything for after or for the May 22nd yet. But these are bills that they're writing, and a lot of them are anti-police. At least that's how I feel. And I mean, there's thousands of them out there, and hundreds of them, you know, are aimed at our police. So we're here for you. We feel for you, and you have our support. And it looks like you have the Cal City support also. Miscellaneous, we have a Memorial Day event at the San Jacinto Cemetery on May 29th, 2023 at 9 a.m. We will have our honor guard and dignitaries there, and actually Jackson will be there, so I'm going to ask him about this bill. And and we'll be awarding 2 of our American Legion posts, 53 veterans, and one will be Michael Booth, and the other one will be Dean Van Dever. And actually our sons, a Legion and a Sons. RCA meeting will be on June 5th. And that's when our next meeting will be held. Not much on that one, except we bought property for, the last time I was there, for more than what we should have, which might break us at some point, but it is what it is. So Planning Commission, I was at the Planning Commission last Tuesday, and they had a conditional use permit 22-005 and a public convenience or necessity PCN 23-001 hearing for the MMD Fuel Incorporation. The applicant requests approval for conditional use permit and determination of public convenience or necessity PCN 23-001 for an existing gas station that I guess caught fire with a to rebuild with a convenience store to allow for a type 20 alcohol sales for off sale of beer and wine. It was approved by Commissioner Beansdorfer making the motion to approve, and Dana Hills seconding it. And with the approval of the Planning Commission for all the Planning Commission commissioners, for the exception of John Worth, who was absent at the time. And basically that's all I have. Thank you. Ad hoc committees report. Council protocols. I think, didn't we take that off?
No, we just received the revised version from the city manager late last week. And Linda and I have to review it and get back to the city manager. So we will be doing that.
Thank you.
I don't have anything for ad hoc.
Okay, so cleanup, graffiti, and ad hoc. We had the city cleanup this last Saturday. We were out there. We had a lot of groups that were out. I don't know why I keep forgetting the group you're with. Rotary. I don't know why I want to call them token something, but Rotary was out there. We had churches out there. We had a lot of groups. Jackie was out there. Santa was out there working at the library, and we picked up a lot of trash. We made like 5 trips full of trash, full of garbage. If you see my Facebook, I mean, we went down an alley that was terrible. And they pushed a mattress on my head. I screamed like a girl, and it was bugs all over it. It was terrible. But anyways, it went well. So that's what I have to say for cleanup and graffiti. Homeless and outreach ad hoc. Nothing on that one? No, okay. Business outreach, we're still not meeting. Caltrans liaison ad hoc, Peterson Krupa. Nothing. CDB ad hoc, we just finished that and it's complete, so we can cross that one out. Banner program, Council Member Krupa spoke about that, so that's out and working. Veteran Memorial ad hoc, we lost one of our employees, so I don't know where we're at with that. We're waiting, okay, for our new employee. When we hiring her. Now we'll move on to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of items. Tomorrow we have a budget workshop in the council chambers. It begins at 1:30, so the public is invited to that. And secondly, we had a fire out in the northwest corner of the valley yesterday. And I think it's a good opportunity to just begin to remind people about brush clearance. And there's really a couple of zones around your property that we should be taking a careful look at. So there's a close zone near the house and removing brush and flammable material. But really property, to really secure it well, we should be looking at 100 feet and even farther beyond. So it's a comprehensive preventative effort. People can find more information at ready.gov. It's a government website with a number of disaster preparedness, a lot of information on that front. And our fire department staff is happy to answer questions on fire preparedness as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the city council have any requests for future agenda items?
Yeah, are we going to work on the request that the pastors had on some resolution of working together?
I was gonna ask to add that on myself. So.
There you go. It's yours.
Okay, great. I would like to make a motion to add the month of June. Blah, I can't even talk today. You ever had that problem? No. The month, the month of June is prayer month for the city of Hemet. I have a second. Why do you talk so low? Let them know. I second. that.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Can we get a,
I have a motion by Mayor Mills, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 4-0.
thank you, sir.
Forgive me for being soft-spoken, Mayor.
That's fine. I just,
So there's this, I don't know how to phrase it, but I was talking to some of the staff members about maybe if there's ever a program where someone who has a handicap or disabled or something like that, that they could get part of their curve painted blue. I wanted to know if we could add that to the agenda, if there's a similar program in another city that maybe we could take advantage of that here.
Is that a motion to us to do some research on that front? Because I think procedurally we could bring you some information and an informational report about how others may be using that and what that process looks like. Provide you some information, and then we can decide how to move forward if we would like.
Seems to me we tried to deal with something like this several years ago. I mean, laws may have changed, rules and regs may have changed. So I think looking into it again would be really good, because I do know of people who are wheelchair bound who sometimes can't get out of their homes and into their cars because other cars are parked there and or there's some type of an obstruction. So if there's something legally that could be done on striping, I mean, looking into it, it'll take staff time. That's it.
It's probably not a lot of research for us, and we may want to, an alternative to bringing it to you for general information would be to refer it to the Infrastructure Commission and have them receive that same report and provide a recommendation to you.
oh,
That would be good. That's what they do.
oh. What
you go.
about those that are handicapped and have handicap signs on their car? Are they
But
a
that
part
would
of
be,
this?
that would be part of whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the rules, I don't know what
two
the legalities
categories-
are.
Two categories are generally those that have disabled placards or plates or disabled veterans plates.
I got a whole legion full of them.
I'm sure.
There's one right there.
Yeah. So it was like a measure in case there was no parking or unlimited available parking, that part of the curve could be designated for disabled individuals. So I'd make a motion to go to infrastructure, and then I don't know what else to say.
And to receive a recommendation from them.
Yes, I would make a motion for it to go to infrastructure and hear a recommendation from them on this.
See, no, just
See.
I'll second that. Are we voting?
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal, second by Mayor Mills. That motion passes 4-0.
Mr. Arnett, do you have something to say? Oh, okay, thank you. Anthony? No, you can't speak from there. You'd have to come up to the podium real quick.
Mayor, city council members. So I've been riding the bus for the last 6 months and from Riverside back to Hemet, doing various jobs. So the transit is not allowing everybody to spend a quarter. If you're not a senior citizen or a veteran, you got to pay the regular fee. So that's what they're doing. They're not going by the guidelines. They're not. So they haven't changed any guidelines except for what it says on entitlement. Everyone get charged the same price. They're not going by that. So when someone's 17, 15, they get treated the same unless you're a veteran or disabled or et cetera. So everybody is not being treated equal. So yeah, Hemet bus, whether it's the 28, 27, you name it, unless you a micro ride, then it's different, or a dollar ride is different. But the transit, if you're not a disabled veteran or a retired veteran, whatever, you're paying your amount that you're supposed to pay.
Okay.
Or a bus pass. Me, it's nice to be a senior
We're gonna look
citizen.
into that, Anthony. Thank you, sir.
Thank
All right. Nothing else, right? There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next regular city council meeting on June 13th, 2023. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Roll over. Yeah. 10:15 to 10:20.